Good morning. Sorry for the little delay here. Fighting with this. There we go. Working on some Wi-Fi, and then washroom called. Ate up all my time. It's looking pretty good so far. Okay, let's get that set up. So we're at -3% on open. That's not too bad. We're still blazing over yesterday's channel. So we're just burning off a little bit of the hype, and that's fine. Pendulum swings and all that jazz. So if you go up too much, right, you're gonna swing back. Now it'd be nice if we could sustain this, which we might be able to get stuck up in the here. If not, then we'll sustain it on this line. But if we manage to stay up in here and go a few minutes, I think we're good. We'll hold. Just people profit taking and all that sort of stuff. The market is red, but the Nasdaq, or sorry, the Dow and the S&P have gapped up 0.5%, and the S&P is 0.3%. So they're doing good. Okay. Get this bottom chart going. Boy, why is it all mangled? That's why the quote detail was mangled. Okay. Oh, this is all blurry, right? Because I'm no longer 4K, am I? Display settings. Let me check here. No, it's 4K. Okay. Just this monitor. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're doing good here. Sorry, I was looking at the bottom ticks. I forgot I didn't switch back to AMC. Oh, looking good. Just starting off the day, Trent. I spent all morning trying to find a USB extender. And I'll post an image to the off topic in Discord. I'm working on the Wi-Fi catcher. Gonna give that a whirl today. Since the Wi-Fi pitcher seems to be okay, and I now just have to make the catcher, rebuild it. So that's what I'm working on right now. So looking good, still looking good. Opening salvos were muted red, so, and we're pushing already. Not bad, because we've already tested this area, right, yesterday, and I think in the extended, were we up that high? Yeah, we started up that high. Yeah, so the overnight was pretty decent. So this area is all cleaned out. So we should be able to, about here, start gapping up. Oh, there it is. And this should gap up to the white line probably. I was going to say somewhere after this line or this shoulder, which is right about here. Yeah, so there it goes. Like clockwork. Not bad. See, sometimes I know what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, because there's no resistance there. We've basically burned through it. So it's an easy gap up. Plus it's early in the morning, so the likelihood is quite high. So we're going to probably get pulled back to this line just briefly, and then we'll floor it. All right, looking good. Day the 21st, yep. All right, we're making bank today. The breakthrough line is right here-ish, pretty much where we touched. And the final point would be around, let's say, here. But by this point, we should have a couple of boosts from these two. So we should hit right here and then pop right up to here. You can start with stock trading, my name. You know, calls are just another way of gambling, but they have a time component, right? Whereas if you trade stocks, if you get it wrong, you can just wait it out. With calls, you lose your money, basically. So until you're very comfortable with stocks, or you just feel like gambling, you know, stocks are not bad. You just have to be more aggressive in buying when it dips, because you would have made 30% since yesterday. Yeah. Well, the time component's the big problem. The deck is stacked up against you, and most 75% of all calls that are bought expire worthless. So the writer of the calls wins about 75% of the time. So well, calls are far more gambling than yeah. And then there's Cedra out of the woodwork with verts. But anyways, there's a lot to it that we're not going to settle in the next 20 seconds. But yeah, options can be thought of as insurance, or you can use them as, you know, an all or nothing guessing game. If you want to do it that way. Yeah. But if you're comfortable with stocks, then the next movement is options. Once you master options, then the stock market is pretty much your mistress, to use a polite word. Yeah. Because they're definitely a tool that's good to have in your tool shed, for sure. All right, so we're starting a roll at 940. So we're hitting again the first bit of resistance here. We smacked it twice. Let's zoom in. Go to the 1 minute. We're on the 1 minute. Okay. Actually, we smacked it 3 times. One time we went through. Okay. So the severity of this roll isn't too bad. So this isn't really a roll. This is a bounce, judging by the candle. So it went up, bang, tried again, bang, tried again, bang, failed. So that means it still has tons of energy. A bounce off isn't that bad. A roll is a change of direction. And the green here is now confirming that it's a bounce. We just bounce down hard. And we can take a look at the volume. And the volume has not increased. For the negative, our overall volume is 18 mil with 10 minutes, 11 minutes in. That's pretty good. So we'll be 20 mil at this rate in 10 more minutes. And then another, so we might even hit 30 mil if we keep this rate up. So overall, see the volume versus yesterday. Yeah, this is pretty high. Not psycho high like this. That was, I think, 100 million by the end of the day. But it's still, it's on the upswing, which means we probably are about to witness a surge in the up direction, which would make sense on the macro scale as well. Yeah. Not bad. I'm going to quickly look at the 1 month since I'm pretty sure we're completing a larger picture. All right, let me just trash this, remove drawings. Yeah. What's the width of this? So this was 12 million volume over 11 days. That's not right. Oh, it's this person's volume. Yeah. And we've done 3 million in this relation. In how many days? How many days is that? We've done 3 million in 2 days. Holy poop. So we've done 5. So we've done almost double the volume in the last 2 days than it saw. Yeah, because most of its volume's in the ass end anyways. Yeah, I think we're on the upswing. So if that's the case, we go back and now we know we have a bottom. We can do fib off the bottom. Let's see what that gives us. Where are we? Fib, fibbity, fib, fib, fib. Let's do fib retracement. Okay. So let's shift this over. Shifty, shift, 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 shift. And what do we got? Oh. So these are just arbitrary till I get it completely aligned. We're on the dailies. We're on the 30 minutes. Let's go to the dailies. 1 day. I want dailies. There we go. We're going to do silly hot fib on fib action. We should at least get it using the dailies. Okay. Do these have sticks? Okay. So we'll take the lowest point. Let's say there. Okay. So this one's slightly below. This one touches. So we're at the 50% mark when we hit 48, 42. Yeah, that's going to give us some trouble. Plus we have a clear support line right here as well. You can see it right there, which is pretty much lining up with the 50%. I could lower this slightly, make it fit. Here, doggy, doggy. No, a little lower. Just get this. This is overfitting, but we might as well try it out. Yeah. Good, good, and good. Okay, so we're going to have a line of scrimmage back at 47, which lines up with this. That's not too bad. So we should expect probably going to 47 if we're exceeding the other, which is here. What's 50% of this guy? That's where we are right now. And that's also the bottom of this guy, which is why we're stopping. It's this guy here. And the middle-ish of this guy here equals resistance here. Oh yeah, and there's the close to the bottom of this guy, close to this guy. Yeah, I'll do it. We should have an easy climb to 50. We'll get support here and here. So yeah, I think once we get to 47, then we can rest on top of these guys and this guy. And then that will probably be the end of today. Or at some point, then we rest, and then we can push from 47 to probably back to 59, 60. I don't see this slope being much of a problem, and this slope is not a problem, and this slope, because slopes don't count. So the only real resistance and support are these guys, which gets us to at least 54. And yeah, we can get up to at least here before we start hitting the bottom of this guy and this guy. And then after that, there's this guy. And then we're back up. So we'll be defeating this part quite easily once we get to this part, which we're not that far, you know. We're a hop and a skip away. That's not too bad. So I think that's our midterm outlook here. It's looking good. Yeah, we're just batting against this line. And that should set us up. Jeez, we're on our way to friggin' 50-something. Hop and a skip away. I can see the 50s. Oh, it's nuts. But awesome. Yeah, we're almost at 30 million. So we sped up. We were doing, what was it? We were doing almost 10 million or a million a minute. And now we've gone up an extra 4 million in a minute. So we're speeding up. Yeah, and the chart looks like it too. We're building up our base. And we also had a huge buy-in just right now. What's that? 104. So as we broke, evidently this line's actually a little higher. It's right here. There's probably another one here. That's why those are flat, but there's definitely one here. So we just broke this line and someone put in 104 million shares. Not bad. Sorry, 104,000 shares. Sorry, get my numbers all fudged up. So that's, let's say 40, 60. That was 4.7 million. Right there, as we broke that line. Yeah, Tom's about to be a richer man today. Now the Dow and the S&P are green. Dow's green by a good amount. But it looks like we're doing all of this on our own. They're just stable enough. They're not giving us any trouble. So yeah, we're on our own here. Spicy. Oh, can't stop, won't stop. All those paper hands are all getting back in. All those reds we saw, like, a week and a half ago. All those hundreds of thousands of drops, they're now buyers. Ah, so good. But yeah, we got to keep that in mind. We got a lot of fair weather friends. They're here to make a buck, and that's fine. But we got to keep that in mind that they don't leave forever. So this is the second time now, and that's good. So even though they wreck us, they at least come back with their big dollars eventually. So that's good. Because if they leave us forever, well, ooh, that's the definition of being a bag holder. Yeah. But retail definitely held the line there. That stimulus, I think, really saved our ass. Definitely, we were leveling out, and the stimulus then just jacked us up, and then that was enough to break that cycle. And then they're all like, okay, that's the bottom, pile in. Don't want to miss out. And we just got a 20 yesterday, which is great evidence of that. And then now they'll be like, okay, if we did 20 yesterday and we're already up 6%, well then shit, I got to get back in because it'll be 50 by tomorrow, right? And that's the drive we hope is going to seek into their heads. The fear of missing out. So far it's looking good though. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Jeez, if we keep this up, which I highly doubt we can, brig, be in the upper 70s in no time. But I don't think we can keep this angle up. We'll eventually get pulled down by the dip, but I wonder how high we can get before that happens. Pretty good. Okay. Well, guess there's nothing left to do since we're all geared up. We got a support line. So we're just going to let this bounce, even if it needs to bounce. It may not need to bounce. It might just curve around. We should continue this trend somewhere between this pan, until probably, let's say, 1010, or this line. Once we hit this line, we might bounce down, and then depending on, if we hit it here or we hit it here, if we hit it in the blue, it's probably going to be too late, and then we'll roll a little for the dip. If we go up on the green, we might make it through and then roll on the second hit. Yeah, we should bounce. I don't think we should have red this early, but we'll see. We are up, well, we were up 6-something%. Now it's 515, 513. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to let this roll, and I'm going to get another pop or soda or soft drink, depending on where you are in the world. And I'm going to go look for a cable at the same time. I think we should be good. This should go here, and then I'd guess probably here. Probably that, with a potential bounce off of that. I have a funny feeling, though, they're going to level out, and then they're just going to floor it Like they're going to go even sharper than this. Once people start waking up, it's going to floor it. Yeah. Because if it was going to reverse, it would have done so right here on this weakness. So if this was just like, you know, people thinking they're missing out, it would have died in here. It wouldn't have floored it. And then on the first red, it would have died. It would have come right back down because that was the last of it. Now they pushed again and they went for, say 5% push, right? 4 something, 5. So they blasted through a line, which is why you're getting a pull down. You just blew through a line. There was hesitation though, so they kind of paid to cross the line, and there was a huge cash buy-in as well. Here's another huge buy-in. That one is that one's 45,000, and there was another 45,000 right here. So 2 45s just came in. Anyways, point is, I don't think they're out of steam, even though they're taking a little rest. Yeah, they're doing something like this. They're just resting before the run up. They just went a little too quick for their own britches, but they're about to break. And actually, we got a pennant now too. Oh, or actually, it's a wedge because there's a flat bottom, I guess. But there. So it's not going to take much for it to break out. And it'll probably do it before it gets out of this blue line. And then it'll just probably bring us right up. Yeah. It's looking good. I'm up 1.230 recovered money. Yes. Get my money back. Yeah, so as soon as that breaks, which you'll see a volume increase on the bottom here, when that happens, you'll see it ramp up and a sudden spike of volume as soon as that green breaks through. And I'll be right back. Well, I'll be back shortly. I need to find this damn cable, wherever it may be hiding. Ouch. Oh, that was quicker than I expected. I forgot I had a USB 3 extender for my layer. I just realized it after talking to you guys. I was like, wait, I has a cable. Now, what do I need this for? This is for the pie? Yes, it's for the pie, right. Okay. So we broke down, but it's not critical yet because there's a second support line on the tops of these guys, which we saw on the way up. So there's one here, which is where we are right now. So it's not that bad yet. The only reason this white line exists, because this is where I had it originally, is because there was hesitation right here. So that tells us most likely there's a line here. And seeing how we're hitting the top of it here kind of says to me that there's a line, and say we touched it here as well. So obviously it's a weaker line, but this should be a breakout now actually. So we've diverted the potential here. So if it doesn't break out, we adjust the line. So if this doesn't turn into an immediate breakout, we have to adjust because we made a new high. So this is the original. So we should see a breakout that's about half the size of the middle. So it should be about this big. So it should get a little bit more height, up to 45.51 minimum. No, actually, nope. That would be correct. Yep, that's the height. Look at that. Yeah, if you base it off of this angle here, either that or it completed anyways. Done. One or the other. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to, since it's so small, it's like, is it here or are you basing it off of the where the stick intersects, which I would say is more accurate than the level breakout point. So that's the breakout for this, so we don't have to adjust. Now red is countering right away, but we're on top of this line, so red should at best bounce, and at worst, or I should actually rephrase that. So what should happen next is it should bounce in worst case scenario for green, from the perspective of green, and best case, it's only an inch away from breaking a new run, and then it should go up and be done with this. But it shouldn't go through this line because we were just here. We've shook out all the red, so now it should be nothing but green for at least a couple minutes. Yeah. Okay. Where to plug this in? Okay. Am I still connected? Yep. Okay, good. YouTube was just telling me I was disconnected. I'm like, all right, YouTube, whatevs. Lie to me. All right. Good push. See if we can get back into channel. And then if we get back into channel, then this should be what holds up. We just kind of went a little longer than I would have anticipated or did anticipate. And then we just ended up bouncing off a support line. So hopefully we'll compensate for that and get back in here, and then we'll be back to what we were doing. We just had a little nap. A few big buy-ins too. Oof, those are huge. 170 and 173. Sorry, 123. 170 and 123. So that's probably close to 7 mil again. Yeah, 7.7 mil approx. Jeez. So that's like 14. We're already around 20 million in just big buy-ins, let alone all the little tiny buy-ins. Man, those people that bought yesterday, they knew what was up. Yeah, they preempted that pretty good. Well, predominantly, the majority is retail. 80% ownership is retail. Yeah. Because realistically, even though it's 170,000 shares, in less than 14 seconds, we've already done more volume than that, right? So 14 seconds of retail swamps that. Yeah. If we're doing, right now we're doing about 20 to 30,000 a second. So yeah, 10 seconds and you're at 300,000. Yeah, they saw Oded's DD and then they just bought in. Yeah. Just remember, it's just DD. It's not crystal ball in here. Because he was basing his off of Fibonacci retractions, but you can't do that unless you specify where the bottom is, and that you have to guess. Now that we know the bottom, it's apparent, but he guessed good, or guessed close at least. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you have to know where the bottom is first. And you can kind of guess sometimes, like, oversold. If it goes past the 50, right, it wants to go back to the 50. It doesn't want to be at the 50, but it doesn't want to be under it. And if it goes over the 50, then it wants to pull down. Oh, they're drilling over my head. And so you also can use that. And that's kind of what the moving averages tell you as well. If you're over the moving average, then it's going to try to come back. If you're under it, it's going to try to come up because it's oversold or overbought, right? So, yeah. His DD was just based on a fib retraction off of this. And so he was saying that at about a 60% fib retraction off of this, it would bounce. And but the problem with that is you got to know the bottom. So he was basing his, I think, off of $10 bottom, which is pretty close to what's panned out. Yeah. But when you talk ultra long term, right, you can say it's going to go down, and at some point near here, it's going to go up. And if it doesn't, then we're crashing down to here. But if you leave that part out, you can sound very confident because really we are oversold. We've been oversold since, 39. So as I've been saying, it's just a matter of friggin' time before we would level out because we can't keep this up. There's no reason for it. But I guess Delta really ran the market more than it should have. And I guess now Delta's cured because look at us go. Yeah. But you can't predict that, right? You can't tell if the market is going to be tomorrow spooked for some stupid reason. But at least it was only a day. Although it got spooked over here too, and that lasted a bit. Yeah. But at least all our problems seem to be behind us now. We're doing good. Yeah, so we need to break. Yeah, so if we break my top white line, we're laughing. Oh, wow, that followed. Oh, geez, I thought it was this line. I was like, wow, I got that one good. No, wrong lines. Okay, so it never reached up. So we're gonna get pulled back down because of the dip. And we're showing weakness early, so we might not be able to steam all day. These guys are okay, so we should still be all right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so with OLED or OLEDs, DD, the other problem too is he's going to go for an all-time high. So that's not too impractical, but you have to be leery, right? The stock is super overpriced, so that's working against us. But the pendulum's going to swing, which is what it's doing right now. So we should be able to get into the 50s, and if we can, and we level out, then we should see another all-time high, and then we come back down. But to put a time frame on that, you know, he says August 2nd, which is earnings. It's not a bad gamble. You know, you know you're going to get a pendulum swing at some point. We're 2 weeks out from earnings, which is right here. So if we can just get up to here, if we hit earnings, then earnings is going to blow us right past and go, right? So that's not a bad call, but it, you know, relies on a bunch of things. First, we had to find our bottom. Luckily, we did. Second, we need to get up into the 50s and hold for the next 2 weeks. And then if that's true, then this will be true. I can foresee us having a huge breakout because earnings are going to be good unless, you know, what's his face does something stupid. But he's doing pretty good. So, yeah, I don't foresee any problem. So it's not bad DD, but it's the same as what I've been saying, right? You just hold and there'll be gold. It's not looking bad. It doesn't look horrific. You know, bad looks like, oh, well, I don't have a good example, but yeah, bad has a different shape than this. This doesn't look bad at all. It just looks like we tried too long, we broke down, but the general angle of this is very good, right? Aside from the breakdown. If we didn't have this, which I'm starting to think is just the Delta variant, it has more weight than I thought it did because I can't really see, you know, there's nothing that really drives it aside from the increase of Delta. Yeah, the interest rates I don't think are that spooky. You know, like it doesn't make a sense for a giant trash like this. But Delta would definitely, if you can fear new lock-ins or lockdowns, that would definitely give us a drop. So anyways, I'm just going to write this off as Delta. But let's say this didn't exist. We would have just wiggled like upwards to 62 or something, right? We would have found our bottom or we would have gone into a U shape here, right? Oh, my bad, wrong thing. Whoa. So this would have gone into a U shape or a pennant breakout and brought us up. So we're now going through that motion, just delayed. We got dropped down, but we're going to go and complete this. And I think with his DD, it's not bad to say August 2nd is not a bad time frame for that. It might even come sooner, but definitely earnings should be a good catalyst for us since we're doing so good on the recovery. And it will wake up some of the institutionals that like, okay, maybe now we can invest because it's stable, right? Now we'll probably get some sell on the news as well. And so it might be a red day overall, but the next day or the next day after, we should see the effects of the, you know, people waking up, seeing it in the news, seeing it on Fox, whatever, right? In their papers. all that boomer money. So yeah, well, I'm saying that as well. If we get past, I have us around 47. We can get past 47, then we go up. That's a fib retracement at 0.5, and it's also a support line. Yeah, 47.71. And then we should gap up to 49.55, and then we're hopping a skip to 50, and then 51.50. Then we got open country, and hopefully 57, and then 57 to 64. But we'll have to see on that one. And I don't think that'll all be today, but I've eaten my words twice when I've said that, so fingers crossed. We'll just pencil Stacy in for what, 82 today? I think 82 is a good number for Stacy today. Maybe we'll bring it down to the high 90s. Oh, I went a little too high there. Sorry. I was reading the chat. Yeah, you might... No, we're breaking down. I was going to say you might get a cat's tail here, but let's see. Is that sanding coming through on the mic? A little bit. Okay. It looks like they're refinishing the apartment above my head. Well, there you go, 44. Okay, it's all good. Yeah, all I can hear above my head is like they're just grinding something, sanding something. That's good. All right. I just didn't, like, it's going to drive you guys nuts, so I just wanted to make sure. Because it's definitely burning a hole through my head. USB. Okay. Good. If the screen gets all mangled, I apologize. I'm just alt-tabbing here. Okay, didn't get mangled. Excellent. Most excellent. All right. Good, good. And where is the USB key? Main screen turn on. It's you. Okay. It does not like wireless LAN number dos secs. Okay. Oh, still hates me. Okay, let's take a look in a book and see why it doesn't like me. Oh, wrong keyboard. Typing commands into Linux on the wrong keyboard. Okay, does not recognize it. So I have a Belkin wireless USB device, and apparently the company is called G-Tech. That's an interesting name for your company. G-Tech in the house. Sounds like a 90s name. Good, we push through. Okay. Actually, okay, good. So we still expect a dip. So if we get over this line, at least it will buffer the dip. So we'll just keep this bad boy rolling. Ouch. Oh, the G-Tech might be the mouse, and it's Logitech. The company's G-Tech, but Logitech? No, that can't be right. Link is down. Yeah, mouse, USB, G-Tech. Maybe G-Tech is Logitech. Or they just shortened it to G-Tech because whatever for Linux. Okay, so G-Tech is the mouse. Wireless dongle mouse. Okay. So it's not registering the Wi-Fi dongle. May have fried the Wi-Fi dongle. Been giving me troubles. Yeah, it's not even talking to it. All right, I think it's busted. Yeah, I think I accidentally plugged it into a wall power source and fried it. See if it works on my Windows computer. Windows, do you see it? No, Windows don't see it either. All right, she's busted. Okay. Apparently wireless dongles burn out a lot. I wouldn't know. I'm new to using them. So we didn't make it up and we're breaking down, but we're at 10:30, so it's expected. Okay, volume is 62 mil, and we're not even past an hour in. Pretty good. Today's going to be pretty good. All right, it was right in front of me the whole time. EP link. No drivers for that. Okay, 10:30. So give it a couple more minutes. We should see the upswing. Whoa. Jeez. So if I want to install the Raspberry Pi to have the drivers, I have to download Linux and recompile the whole Linux and then reboot with the new thing in it. Man. Could be as simple as just dragging the drivers into a folder, apparently. Guess not. You name all. Five, 10, 17. Yeah, we're still dipping. Yeah, let it run its course. Broader markets going down a little too. Yeah, not too bad. We've erased most of our 5% gains, but we did so over a much longer period. What's the volume? 67. Yeah, it's just the dip. We'll find support here. Yeah, should find support right there. Okay. Oh, CCL's rolling in dubs. Oh yeah, 10%. Yeah, CCL was basically looking at the same thing. So once the fear of COVID's over, which apparently it is again, she tears, right? Yeah. I would have made more money on AMC if I had more coin. Yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. You kind of have a crown shape now. Basically, you can see here the easy come, easy go. So it went up easy, and so it comes down easy. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you knock this out, you kind of have a crown shape. Normally the middle's a little taller, but it's kind of there. So then it finds support on the bottom of the crown. Now we have to watch that this doesn't just go down again after like a dead cat bounce. And then we head back down to here. But if that's the case, then negativity should have taken over. Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping that even though we dropped on the third, I was hoping that this would have bounced and had a little bit more purchase. But because it didn't, and that's the run. Because there's no support, if you will, here. Yeah. So now as we go up, we'll build support. It probably won't go up all in one shot. If it does, then we're great. If it doesn't, we'll build support, which will stop any retraction we might have later today. That's most likely the case, Cedra. The market is out to get you. You should know this by now. Oh, I'll just sell these shares because they're not going to go green. Son of a. What do you not think Model 3? That will have more red? I don't think we're going to drop down. But if this did come down again, we run the risk because there's not much support here. We got this guy and this guy. We're underneath him, so we got this guy as our only support really on the way down. So I expect a little bit of red in here, and then we go up. So kind of like something that shape I would expect. But if this did happen, then we'd run the real risk of that. But that has to happen first, which means a bunch of things have to go wrong. It's all a vast conspiracy, Shane. uh, okay, I'm going to cheat and just do this backwards. Killing me. So I'm going to turn the Raspberry Pi into the pitcher, and the catcher will be my Windows computer. Sweet. The only problem with that is I could probably get away without the satellite dish. Yeah. Okay. So I need to plug this in to Windows. Actually, plug it in. Ow. Sharp. This coffee can is razor sharp. Don't tell me I fried this dongle too. Maybe there's something wrong with the cable. Ow. Oh, sorry. I think there's something wrong with the keyboard. Okay. That's weird. So there's something wrong with the cables. If I plug the Wi-Fi directly into the Raspberry Pi, no problem. I try to send it down a 4-foot USB 3 cable, doesn't work. Try to send it over a 1-foot USB extender, doesn't work. The hell's going on? Okay, now let's see about that dongle I just threw in the trash. Weird. Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong one here. There we go. Gotta crawl over the floor. Okay. It's also possible maybe I disabled something on my keyboard. All right. It's a good push. Back to 38. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Let's get back to the minutes, since apparently I switched over the dailies somehow. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. So there's the bounce. So we're likely to travel to here due to the lack of support. Why does this Wi-Fi dongle hate my Windows computer? Maybe it's not getting enough voltage. All right, back to climbing on the floor again. Okay. So 55 is right here. So this point onwards, we should have an upwards inflection. And let's say it takes place, we'll just do an arbitrary 45. All right. Okay. Well, Windows doesn't want to talk to the dongle, but Linux will talk to the dongle. Weird. Probably Windows had a hiccup. So we're coming up on 10:55, so that should start the end as we pass that line. Ho, 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 ho. Trying to cut my fingers off. Yeah, some people have to work. Volume is good, yeah. Yeah, unless the volume is all in the negatives. But if you see down here, the volume is pretty good. As soon as it went red, the volume dropped off, which is a good sign. It's just people are waiting for the dip to be over. Ow. And then they're going to buy back in, is what we're looking at right now. 10:55 is usually that point. Oh, that freaking hurt. The long stick. Aha. A letter opener should do it. Ow. Damn, that thing's wedged in pretty good. Oh, that hurt. Now, just give myself a blister. Haven't had one of those in a while. Okay. Subdermal hematoma. Caused by a crushing injury. Where are we? Oh, USB. So this USB works. but not on Windows for some reason. If the Raspberry Pi has enough power. Let's try that. Okay, so we're just letting this thing run its course. So I expected it to go down to this line. It didn't, but we'll just keep with the 45 degree, which is just a general average between nuts and dead. I expect it to be positive. So it just found support and bounced off of here, which is a little bit bigger than the bottom. So that's a good sign that it'll keep going up. And then we'll see it interact with this line now that we're post dip risk, whatever you want to call that. And then we should start our afternoon, do a bit of a run, and then 12 afterwards, burn off a little, and then a psychotic push at the end of the day as per Seam's norm. I should say the new norm. Okay. Yeah, I think, oh shit. I was going to say, I think it's a voltage issue, but the USB 3 cable plugged into the Raspberry Pi gets the TP link going. Sweet. Now send that up the pipe and secure it with some tape. We got ourselves the Wi-Fi cannon. Oh, let me fix the time because it's 11 o'clock and for whatever reason, it always switches back. There we go. Oh. Waiting for. Oh, her to go back to the cottage? Yeah, looks good. So it looks like we're latching onto the line. We're doing a 45 approx. It's a good average, usually. This one's actually a little bit more aggressive than a 45. I guess a 45 would be a little bit further down. Let me... what the hell? We don't need that anymore. Let's kill that. Kill that. Can we? No, we can't. Let's do a fan. There. That'll give you a little bit more accurate visuals for those. So this is giving you a trend line, which is the red. And then this is giving you a probability of deviance that expands over time. So it will deviate to left or right if it's too excited or if it's too sad. But overall, it wants to follow this red line until there's a change. Now, that change might be as soon as this support line, which we're going through right now. See how it reacts with it. So it's reacting with it. So all it needs to do generally is bounce down, like pull back. Once it's done that, it's free to go through. And that represents all the limit orders that are sitting there. So it hits it, and then it gets overwhelmed, and it stops it dead in its tracks or reverses it slightly. So if this goes green and goes over, then we're, yeah, see? So that was the, hit the line, got pulled back, and as soon as we went over, someone dropped a huge bomb on it too. That was 150,000 on the dot. So someone dropped 150,000 shares to do that push. But anyways, they were following what I was saying, right? So now that we're over the line, as long as we don't get pulled back, then we'll start climbing usually in the green. If we get into the blue, we'll probably have a little bit of red and puts us back into the green. And if it stays in the blue, then I have to redraw this because, you know, we interacted with this line and now we're on a new course of apparently more aggressive. But we'll see how it plays out. Since this is a stock learning channel as much as it's day trading. Oh, cool. So I got a Wi-Fi dongle inside of a metal can, and I can actually feel the heat from the dongle because the energy is cooking my hand. I was like, why is it so warm in here? And then I realized it's the radiation off the dongle. That's pretty cool. Probably not healthy. Damn. If I get hand cancer, I know why. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's like 2 to 3 degrees warmer in there. But that's because it's cooking the inside of your hand from the inside out. Damn. That's pretty cool. Should probably stop sticking my hand in there. Looks good. We're still on track. Okay, so now I got to get the dongle to attach. Mm-mm-mm. $44.03, you have it pegged. 44.03. So you're gonna do the top of this guy here. It's possible. Here, I can put one there. Be right about, I'd say it's even lower. It's where it's touching right now. Which lines up with this. Yeah. But I think we're just going to do a hesitation, and then we're going to do a push. And then we're going to floor it up into here. Because this is pretty open country. This is a slope. So none of this really counts for support lines. This does. This does because it's flat. But these slopes don't count. This doesn't count. This kind of counts. but it's all open country. There's nothing here. Oh, maybe this bottom actually. That bottom would count. Should put that in there. And I'll do the average. There we go. Actually, I'll put in 2. Because this one here lines up with this guy here as well. But yeah, we should gap up. Oof, my hand feels funny. I know it's just psychological, but yeah. My microwaved hand feels a little funny. So there we go. Breaking through. Still on track. Can't stop, won't stop. Man, I keep updating the spam filter for the AMC to get rid of telegraph spam. And I'm clearly doing something wrong because they're still coming through. Just spam. All right, so we hit a ceiling at, well, let's see if Cedra nailed it. A little bit above you, but pretty much on the support line. Yeah, banged its head. Technically, I would say the line is here at 43.93, but this one's on yours. This one is over, and I would say the average is probably here. Yeah, this is probably what we banged our head on. It's these guys. So that's your O2. And that's too low. Yeah. So we went over these guys. And then we fell back. So then I'll move this back to 34.97 and see where that lines up with. This and this. Yeah, it's a slope, doesn't count. Yeah. Oop. Okay, still not bad. So now we hit the bottom channel. Yeah, see, I didn't think that red was anything, and it shows on the way down. There was no hesitation, really. The bottom of the red might be a line, but the top isn't. Okay, so let's take this, copy, or clone, better. And we'll just shift this over. And continue where we left off. Oh, looks like we're going to accelerate, so it's good. See if we can wiggle back. We got the spotlights looking for the Allied planes. Oh no, the bombers. Got to get the flak up. Deal with those nighttime Allied raids. With the spotlight. X is going to give it to you. X indeed has already given it to you, to be exact. At first he was going to rock, and then he rolled. And now look at him. Kind of got taken out by crack usage, but he gave it to you. And that's all that matters. I think the bigger question is Kanye West ever going to recover from whatever's going on with him? Because he's clearly got something going on as well. Yeah. This is probably more of a breather. Like we hit a resistance line and then red kind of pounced on us, but green didn't really do much to deal with it. So it's more probably a breather, which is good. Or you can think of it more as a breather. And then if we take the, there's the 50%. If we take this, that's 30%. So that's a healthy retraction, which allows us then to floor it. And you can see the angle is now more severe than this. So we're coming out with more force after having like a rest period. So all in all, looks great. And actually, I can get rid of this because we're now back in channel. So if we keep the gas, then we're coming out swinging. $44, $47. Yeah, I have that as well. $44, $46. But we'll have to get past $45, $32 before we start flying. We'll just be back in here. The next channel. Oh, she didn't like it. She got yanked down. Oh, this is also out of place. There we go. Okay, so it's actually still in channel. It just got moved somehow. There we go. And actually, I'll just adjust it slightly so everything fits now. There we go. Everything's good now. So we're still good. We went back in channel. The channel just got shifted. I must have dragged it accidentally. Yeah. So I just widened it to catch the bottoms because I noticed this one here was still on the same kind of trend line. If I drew a line here, so that means if I widen it, it works perfectly and thus still stays in. Yeah. And then if this all goes south, then I'll widen this to here. And this will be our new trend line within this green. And then we can even go as far as taking this and bringing it down or something like this. But I think we're still on track for a more aggressive push. 21. Yeah. If this finishes a W, you'd be correct on that. Yeah. And that would line us up to, yeah, basically what you're saying. Because we're starting a channel, right, that's slightly turned than this channel. This channel is basically the green. this channel, you can see it here, is now taking this direction versus this direction. So it's slightly turning. If we can get a hard green, then we'll be back on track to continue the larger channel. If we don't, then we'll be stuck in this new channel. Wrong button. And then we're looking at something like this. So if you want a 21 time frame, we're looking at anything between 44.78 and, well, most likely it's going to bounce. So at 44.31, 44.13, and 44.74 should be what's coming up. If we don't break this channel. If we break this channel, then we'll retest here, bounce, and probably end up somewhere. Like, it's a little too far over. So we probably end up there. So we'll go click, click. But this is kind of a weird shape. You're going up, you're faltering, you're going up, and you falter. That's not really a proper shape. Normally, this would complete as a W. Or this gets completely destroyed and it's an N. So it's a more aggressive W. And then it latches back on. So if it does dip and it does do this, then we have to worry about then a crown shape. Or triple top or whatever. Head and shoulders. So we'll see. This is starting to look like a U shape, which is a kind of a funky shape for... we should be getting a push, a hard push to make this into a W. Oh, red just slapped us. That was just a 60,000 sell-off. I think it's going to get crushed by green. Excuse me. It was an oversell. Yeah. Yeah, see, we didn't complete the W, right? And we died in the corner. So somebody just got impatient and said, fuck it. And so it happened. But yeah, you should have saw an aggressive. You only had 2 minutes to see an aggressive green. And since it never happened, the only option is going down. Yeah, exactly what happened. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. But the problem with this is now we're testing the bottom. So if we don't see a good bounce, like if we're not here in the next minute, then we're going and we're going to test here. Let's see how the broader market's doing. Neutral, neutral, and slightly down. Oh, NASDAQ is actually slightly up. S&P is neutral, and the Dow is slightly down. GME took a tumble since 10 o'clock. What about us? Oh, we too. Huh. I wonder if we got nerfed by the same thing. What about the market? Yeah, 10 was their turnaround as well, but they started back up at 10:35. Yeah, they started 10, started going down. 10:35, they went up. 10 started going down. 10:20 went up on the NASDAQ. So we were a little later. And we did start our turnaround a couple minutes later as well. But then we had a second drop. Yeah. So that's probably going to weigh on our total for today, our maximum height. So they started pushing at 11:14. We started pushing at 10:55 and 11:14. Looks like we're following the Dow today. But our volume's quite high, so we should be separate from the Dow. looks probably it's just elongating our shapes like it normally does. Let's put the Dow up. Oh, let's frig. Okay. I want to get rid of this white line. Okay. So here, and put the Dow up. Okay. Where's the Dow? New price scale. There we go. Yeah. So we're pretty much following suit minus this. And yeah, see that pulls us down, elongates our red. So the Dow started going down just as we hit this line. And so it pulled us, but we broke through. But then when we hit the line, it gave added weight because it's still crashing, dragged us down. Now it's leveling out, though. We should be getting our green back. Yeah, we're pretty much following the Dow. We're leading the Dow, actually. Yeah. Yeah, we're actually selling off before they sell off. Selling off, selling off, they sell off. Selling off, they sell off. We buy back in. They buy back in. We sell, they sell. Oh, they bought here and we bought a minute later. And then we disconnect for this little bit here just because, yeah, I think this here was undue. And we went too far down, so we do a pendulum swing, which won't be shown in them. Then this one is they lead. They were down, and then 2-3 minutes later we get yanked. But that makes sense because we're really low and we wanted to go up. And then this basically, this whole drop ended up weighing us down. Then we try again, but they haven't recovered. They're starting to recover. They help push us up. And then we just can't do it, which we're again here. But we should see more positivity. If the Dow's affecting us like this, we should see some more height. Yeah, because they're leveling out now, so we should be able to get back up. I guess we have tried. We're just under this support line here. What's the volume? The volume's picked up. Not the same as it was maybe an hour ago, but it's definitely a lot higher than it was since 11:20. Oof. Ow. What are you doing, bad man? So this here was low volume. Now the volume's picking up as we're going green. So that's good. It shows people don't want to sell. But yeah. Looks like ooh, something's up. Nothing big. But yeah, it's somebody oversold. Natural gas prices soar on strong demand because of high temperatures. By barbecuing? Really? Why? Do people use natural gas to cool? Oh, power sector demand. Oh, they're burning natural gas in Mexico. It simultaneously adds to the power sector demand. Oh. Jeez. Well, price is about to go up for electricity for Mexico. Woof. The gas price hit a record high of $13 per million British thermal units. Ooh. That's nuts. Yeah, 11 was the forecast. I knew that. Up from 8, which is normal. 7 to 8 is, I think, normal. And I knew they were forecasting somewhere in the high 10s. Oh, the Nord Stream pipeline has finally got that set up. Ukraine will keep receiving the annual transit fees, which are roughly $3 billion from Russia. Nice. All right. So declining houses and gas prices are going up. Natural gas, liquefied gas. Okay, so that's just pummeling into us. It doesn't really affect tech, but yeah, we're getting pummeled. Now we're holding on this support right here. So we bounced. And so far, so good. Okay. So not great. Whatever's going on over there. But yeah, I think it'll sort itself out eventually. Yep, there you go. Good. Yeah, as is, it looks like it's pushing back. So whatever spooked caused this, I think, is already over. Excellent. All right, let's go back to wireless. After my hand is cooled down from being microwaved. Literally. Okay. Good. Okay, at least we're back up. So that bounce was a little late, but we touched and we bounced, which is good. It was a little scary because you had kind of a dead cat here. You bounced and then you came back, and this green wasn't really there. But I guess with the combination of the Dow finding its bottom, that's enough to get us up and out, thankfully. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting pooped on by the Dow today. But at least the Dow's positive. It's not completely red. We'll see what we can do with what the market gives us. But yeah, all this negativity has at least dampered our total high for today. So this will bring us down from, something ridiculous like 54 or 70. So now if all things go well, for the remaining of our time, we'll probably end up in the high 50s. Let's see if I can zoom out here. So if it kept its energy, we would have been looking at, somewhere around 62. But now that that's shifted, by end of day, which is here, we're probably looking at, it still looks pretty good. We're probably looking at 50 or so if it keeps this up. So we've lost, you know, $20 of potential just because we've lost the time, essentially. So if I take this and I drag this out just to... Oh, fuck it. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Okay. We take this piece and we take this piece and we put this back here. So this is a broader fan encompassing, actually, let's go down to here, encompassing the highs and the lows and all that kind of stuff. And there seems to be a second one here. Okay, so much broader, but then we can use that to look at the end of day, which is somehow I can't see. There we go. So low end of day is 47.94 if it keeps its positivity up, and high is, or mid, 58, and redonkulous is 70, and super redonkulous is 94. So, but I mean, that's super redonkulous. Our more likely cases is we'll probably end up in the blue at the end of day. So we'll touch the green for a bit, roll out of it, and then end up in the blue by the end of the day when we go and dip. Now today is Wednesday, so Thursday should be good. So I don't expect a large sell-off. So yeah, maybe we can get up to 49. Not looking too impossible. I mean, if we kept the energy of this, right, which we're kind of doing right now, so we're still on this energy, we would have been 72 or more by the end of the day. So we got pushed over, right? When I talk about, like, you know, shifting lanes. So we're going up this way. Now we just shift lanes to here, and now we're going to try to do it again. So as long as we keep that aggressiveness, yeah, we're looking at some serious coin. And then that plays into the larger macro where we should have a fairly aggressive climb back up. Now, if it stays too aggressive for too long, then we'll be overdoing it. Because this here, right, is completed in 12 cycles. So if I do this, so we still have a crap ton of time. We have 5 days to make it up 12%, right? It's not saying we have to do it that way, but, you know, we're already ahead of schedule is what I'm saying. So the more ahead of schedule we get, we have to watch for an eventual pullback. So if we manage to make it to 49 or something, then we have to watch for a pullback. Although if it's a Thursday, that pullback is probably going to be muted, and then we'll gun it, and then Friday will murder us because Thursday would have gone, you know, ham. And I like that the volume's ramping up, but it's still low. Still, you know, it's not there, but it is getting better. So if the volume continues to get higher and higher, then you see people are preparing for earnings. So, yeah, we'll see. Normally, I don't look at the larger picture too much because it doesn't really matter. The market's going to do what the market's going to do. You're just along for the ride. But it's kind of nice to look ahead a little bit, just so you know how many bumps. Oh, we got a new subscriber. Welcome, M. Cliff. Okay. Wow, that took forever. Oh, eventually it found wireless 1. Wireless 1 is not associated. Awesome. Okay. Now, how do I do point to point? I need to associate wireless 1 with Windows wireless 1. Right. So I have to just turn my guy into a broadcaster. Right. Which is easy to do. Got a hotspot on Windows. Okay. Let's get this show rolling. All right. Hard to juggle stocks and pioneering technology here. Or, well, not pioneering. Rehashing the same old dead horse, but in a different flavor. Okay, bouncing on the bottom. I vote super. Redonkulous. Yeah. Yeah, super redonkulous would be good. As I said, we're going to put Stacy's bet around 80 today, 80, 90. You know, it's still a little low, but we got to be a little conservative with her bet, you know. Got to have a chance of getting it. And then when it goes and tries to, you know, give Stacy her win, are we really going to complain when it hits 80? Probably not. Yeah. Get rid of this. Perfect. Okay. Okay, create a mobile hotspot. Okay. Sweet. Okay, now it's shooting. That's cool. I'm putting my hand around the Wi-Fi antenna, and I can feel my hand warm up. Damn, that's got to be dangerous. That's something. How much power am I irradiating? These things can't have that much energy. It might be just my hand cooking the air. Ah. No. Let's not go down that road. 2.4 gigahertz is technically microwave. Well, actually, it is microwave. The same microwaves you use to cook food, but it's nowhere close to the power. Cellular waves are a little bit smaller, but the power that they're irradiating is so minimal. Tinfoil hats do keep you safe from microwaves. Any form of metal, it's true. If you eat the tinfoil, you can protect your inner organs, or at least your stomach, you know. Stops it from your stomach from sending signals to McDonald's when you're hungry and stuff. Okay, change adapter settings. Wi-Fi not connected. Okay, Wi-Fi is not connected, right? Because it's emitting. Wi-Fi direct virtual adapter, perfect. Okay, now where's the Wi-Fi password? It does. It cleans you out dead. It would not eat a ball of tinfoil. It'd probably rip you apart on the way out. For those that are considering, heed that warning. Okay, it's in its own thing called mobile hotspot. Okay. Power saving is off. Good. Good. And the password, let's just keep it something simple. Rick James. Okay, save. Okay. Now, Raspberry Pi is there. Okay, let's put the two Wi-Fi dongles inches from each other and watch them explode. Okay. So, how do I set the... Wireless 1 is not associated. That's fine. I need to associate it. Linux. Since this thing doesn't want to do it. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll just restart it. That'll work. Log out. Reboot. I'll do it. A little bleach with your tinfoil, yes. It's a little wee wafer. Apparently talking about bleach and tinfoil cost us 6 viewers. 7 viewers. People's attention spans are small. I give props to our dedicated core that's here every day, lurking in the background. They can handle it. They got the diamond hands. Okay. IF config. Holy crap. Aha. The dongle that's inside the tin can that was warming my hand is like 100 degrees. Holy, that thing heated up. Ouch. Evidently trapping all that hot Wi-Fi. Okay. Wireless 1 is up. Now, how do I switch? Usually it just shows up. Associating. Okay, let's associate wireless LAN 1. Oh, nice push. Take a look at that volume. $123,000. And there's a ramp here of 3, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So 120 plus 60, so 190 was in this green. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the Raspberry Pi is transmitting at 31 decibels or millidecibels. dBm. Hmm. But energy is, I believe it's distance squared. So for every millimeter you move, you're losing, I think, 4 times the energy. Oh, 1 second. Which is why, like, if there's a bomb, every millimeter you can get away from the damn thing, your survivability goes up in leaps and bounds because the energy dissipates squared. So I guess you can square root the energy over distance, I think, if I remember correctly. Which would explain why when I stick my hand inside the metal can, all that energy has nowhere to go but into my hand, which is why it warms up with thermal. And then with the Raspberry Pi, the Wi-Fi is on the Pi, and I'm not sticking my finger 2 inches from it. So the energy dissipates. Hopefully. Makes sense. Yeah, it's pretty cool. If I just stick my hand in that can, it instantly gets warm. It's got to be not healthy. Yeah. But it's non-ionizing, so all it's doing is cooking my hand. Or actually, what it's doing is it's vibrating the hydrogen molecules in the H2O that's in my hand. And that's generating heat, which then, in extreme amounts, cooks the environment around it and boils you from the inside out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what's the ID code? ID S string. Okay. Okay, so we're bouncing off the line, which isn't great. Means we're running out of gas. But if we're not done for the day, which I don't think we are, then you're looking at a U shape forming. So this is just the beginning of a U shape at some point. So whenever we find our middle, which could be these guys, or could be over here, or whatever, we'll know if we're in a U shape generally, because you'll see an influx of volume as it comes to this point, and it starts the ramping up. it'll hit the edge, this invisible wall, wherever it is, and it will ramp the volume right up. But until then, we don't know where it is. So we can fail at any time. This could be the middle here. Because if the U shape is going to fail, it fails in the middle or it fails right on the corner. But we don't know if that's the middle and this is the corner or whatever. So essentially you can just say, if it fails, it fails. If not, it goes up. But yeah, we're basically treading the bottom here. So at any second we could go down. But if we don't go down, then that's what's happening next, usually. And then once we start to get a little bit of height, we have to worry about it crashing, then the 50%, and then the 100%. Whenever that happens. Oh, and actually here we got a mini pennant. Well, wedge. So this is a breakout. So then that might signify the start of the U shape. So usually the U shape is symmetrical of sorts, fairly symmetrical. So you can usually measure once you know where the middle is. Let's say this is the middle. Then I could take this. Oh, come on. And double it. Yeah. Okay. So if that's the middle, and this is the top. Actually, I could just do it that way. Then we should see our upswing. It was a piss breakout. It's about half the middle. Now you're getting a breakdown. Hopefully it gets crushed. Yeah, I guess the middle is like just a little bit less than half the middle. Unless that was the breakout. No, you could say actually that was the breakout, right? Yeah. And then that is about the size of the middle, which is this guy. Yeah. That's more accurate. I mean, it's a shitty pennant, but, you know, that's how you have a trend. When you break the trend, you get a boost, which is pretty much how a pennant works. That's the core fundamental behind a pennant. So we're good unless we break this. We still have one more support line we can bounce off of. How's the Dow doing? Dow's on a tear. What are we doing slumping? The volume. Oof. Yeah, we had a big sell-off. That was 95,000. That helped us get over that line. And then we got hit by another 40,000. And just shortly after it. Any big buy-ins? No, just the one that kicked us off over here. When was that? 1440. 1414. 1114. Really that far back? 1145. Yeah, okay, that makes way more sense. Yeah, so it was here that kicked us up. So we had a huge buy-in there, and we just had a sell-off. 56. Yeah, right here, just to get us over that line. But it's not equal height. So the person that bought in here with all that money is still there. They just, yeah. But if it gets below here, they'll be threatened and they may bail. But it looks like we're starting to come up a little. We might be safe. Still dangerous. We're below the line. But yeah, the Dow's evidently on a tear. So we really shouldn't be showing this negativity. Could be GME weighing us down. Been a while since they mattered. But they are negative 2%, which is a lot for them. Well, I shouldn't say it's a lot for them. It's a lot for them lately. Yeah. If I make this more visible with a white line, thick white line. Let's get rid of this and get rid of this. So if we look at GME, come on, lift. Why can't I lift? Come on. And it won't let me grab this line for some reason. Scrunch. Yeah. Now let me lift. There. Jeez, why was that so difficult? So let's see how we're traveling. Get rid of the Dow. Pretty similar, actually. Yeah. Damn. I don't know if we're leading or they're leading. Let's see. We're leading. We're leading. We're leading. They're leading. They're leading. They're leading. So it started off just like the Dow. GME and the Dow were leading us. And then just after 1050, we start now leading the trends. We're preempting. And now we're almost 1 for 1. Holy crap. It's almost like it's an average. That line is almost identical to us. Yeah, I wonder if GME is just putting the shitter on us. So that could be like an ETF or a portfolio of meme stocks or somebody that owns both. Damn. Yeah. Do. All right. Well, I'll leave this up since we're following each other so well. All right, let's get this Wi-Fi string written. Okay, compy. The Wi-Fi emitter. Okay. Settings. Okay. 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 Now, I have to restart the Pi again. Reboot. There we go. Okay. The Dow's still on a tear. Leveling out. Okay. Man. All right. So lunchtime lull starts now. So I expect us to probably drift up. But we'll have to see what's going on with the combined forces here. Jeez, this can is warm. I think it's just the dongle heating the air inside the can. What the hell? It just stopped working. Oh my god. What did I do wrong this time? Okay. Unplug it. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Okay. See what. It's disconnecting the USB. Found new high-speed USB device. Recognizes it. Loads the firmware. Everyone's happy, and then it disconnects. The hell. Interesting. Why would it be disconnecting right away? Well, a great mystery. All right. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, Noah. From this distance, it looked like your name was Nosh. I'm like, that can't be right. Nosh. And it was Noshburger. And I'm like, yeah, that can't be right. My eyes are a little blurry. Yeah. So earlier in the stream, I kind of talked about it, but we can go over it again now that we shook out some of those paper hands. Only the diehards stay in this stream. So this is a bit of let's do 1 month. This is a bit of a condensation. I can just wipe it so we can see. Okay. So looking at where we were and where we're going, so this is the large picture. We traveled, we hit 14. We should have been at 14 a little bit longer and then worked our way up, but we decided to gun it and we went parabolic. Cool. We had an all-time high, ridiculous, 100% day, blah, blah, blah. We retracted. Now, this retraction should have probably brought us back almost 100%, like brought us back to 14, and we started at 10, almost 100%. It didn't. And in fact, we came right back and we basically nullified it. We also did that here too. We went down and up, and then we tried to go down again and went back up. So we've maintained, we also made a power shape, but we maintained this height. So in doing so, this kept us up here. So we're really wanting to be somewhere down here. And maybe now at the end of this, we want to be somewhere around here. But we were, way up in the clouds. So we didn't end up getting more height for whatever factors. And I'm thinking this part here was the Delta variant. Our bottoms were shaping upwards to a breakout. We were going to go up. And then we just kind of said, nope. And it, we took a down spell. So that brings us to nowish. So we had these bottoms were increasing. Whoops. We looked like we looked like we were going to go this way. So we would have had a breakout and whatever, something like that. That didn't happen. So we oversold between here and here. Arguably, if this is our baseline, then this is oversold. And so we oversold, and now we're on the upswing to bring us back to 50 if I could draw properly. Or sorry, 60, the range of 60. So it's 51 to 62. Somewhere in there is where we're headed. So I expect, as long as we don't get, the market doesn't decide to bomb for whatever reason on new fears or whatever, we should probably maintain a relatively straight line to 60. And then we'll probably have like one bad day, or Friday will slightly bump this, but that's what I'm expecting. We're coming out of a U shape. Well, let's say a really weird W. Oh God, back to drawing dicks. Yeah, so there's a W. I'm trying to draw this with my bad hand. So, yeah, I think that's what we're up to. And there, now it fits. So, if we don't make it back to 60, then we'll falter probably around here at the 50% mark, and then we'll roll. We'll go into a kind of another U, and then that will be our push up. And so we'll build a base, or we'll fail on the 50% mark on the W, which we're almost at. We won't make it to the 100, and then we'll just kind of do a wig. And then that will also shape up the new channel, which will be like this. So if we break, that's if we break at the 50. If we don't break at the 50, then we're going to plow up to 61, probably come back down to 50, and then try again for new time highs. And because earnings is coming up, depending on the pace of the next week, let's say, we might even level out just before earnings and then blast off after earnings, or blast off just before earnings and then everyone sells on earnings, brings us down, and then we go up 3 or 4 days afterwards. It depends on the pace, and no one can predict the future. But for the most part, it's looking pretty positive, whichever way you slice it, because we found our bottom. And so now that we have a bottom, then now it's nothing but hopefully up. we'll see. Is that a good enough consultation? Put your fears at rest. Oh, look at that. We got a nice pennant breakout here. Sweet. Yeah. That's a nice pennant. I didn't see that earlier. Oh, actually, I did see that earlier. I tried to draw one, but then we broke down. Right. So we elongate the pennant for the new high, and here we are. Yeah. I was just busy talking. Yeah, bell to bell. So far, I haven't died on stream. Came pretty close a few times, but I've managed to finish them all. Now I'm trying to cook myself with Wi-Fi signals. Hmm. Don't know why the Raspberry Pi is just insta disconnecting my Wi-Fi adapter. Hates me. Where is me? I'm right here. How are you not hearing my voice? Am I muted? I'm not muted. The Raspberry Pi right now is going to do license plate tracking. And what I'm trying to do right now is shoot Wi-Fi about half a kilometer out my window to the street. But I have to build Wi-Fi cannons. And that's what I'm doing right now. Oh, it's all good. Yeah. And normally I'm talking, but yeah, I'm just trying to get the Raspberry working. Yeah. For whatever reason, it's just failing to accept the USB. It's just shutting it off. I can see the disconnect message when you look at the kernel. But why would you just immediately disconnect a USB? Maybe under voltage, it hates it. Bad drivers, maybe. Okay, I plugged it in directly. Now it's working. Yeah, maybe voltage issues. Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe it's got thermal runaway. So as the Wi-Fi got really hot, and as it got hot, it would increase its voltage. But then you'd figure the electronics on the inside would have regulators. But maybe it's prima donna. Yeah, now it's recognizing it. Realtek semiconductor wireless LAN adapter. Oh, I was reading the chat before I got distracted. Back to that right here. Been in since 17, like 2017, or the 17 of this month. Oh, $17. Ah, I should have guessed that because I'm like, none of that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Most people here were in since. Oh, my power just surged. The hell? There's no lightning today. Hey Google, is there thunderstorms outside? Oh, fuck. Here, Google, just give me the weather. No, nothing. Okay. Well, my power just surged, so if I disconnect, it's because something blew up my power. Anyways, so that being said, yeah, a lot of people here been in since 28 in January when we went down the slope. Yeah, we got some long-term holders here. Yeah. But yeah, we should be good. You know, you can't predict anything probably past 70, but now that we've touched 70, we now know where we can go. And if we get past, you know, our all-time high, it's open country, right? The stock has never been that high, so it can just go infinitely. Now everything's stacked up against you when that happens, but you know, the sky's the limit. But at least now that we're kind of in a the bust of a boom bust cycle, we're now on the upswing. We at least know where we're going, and it's fairly predictable. So it's all good. Exactly. You just have to have patience, you know. The stock moves, you know, 20% in a day, and then you got a bunch of one percenters. You know, you can make your money whichever way you slice it. But the key takeaway is that we're not going back to 17 since we've stopped it now twice, and our bottoms are getting better each time. And so the fear of it going back down to 14 is, I think, over, at least for the near term. Once we hit 70 and hit our all-time high, then we have the risk of a huge pullback as people profit take and all that sort of stuff. But I think if we hit a new all-time high a second time, that's going to get fresh money in. Reddit's going to go nuts. And so we might start a new wave of FOMO. So it's hard to, you know, even say that it's going to retract cataclysmically. It should. Fundamentally, it should. It's oversold. It comes back to earth. But if new money comes in, you can prop that up, and that's what we've done in the last year, right? This should have gone back to 14, but we propped it up. And then it tried, we propped it up, it tried, and each time we actually propped it up more. Only this part where it finally broke down, either due to COVID or due to fears or whatever, we finally broke down, found support, That was yesterday and the day before, and now we're coming back up. But all of this shows that even though it tried, it came back to what, 38 the day after, we managed to form up a bottom, and aggressively too. We came back almost 100% to 73. So, and all the volume when it's negative, see the volume drop right off when it was negative? Nobody wanted to sell, right? But no one was also buying either. So red just had kind of a field day, right? But it's not an increase in volume. If the volume went up when we're going down, that would show people are upset, angry, don't like it, right? Which is what you see here in January. See, the volume is really big on the reds because it needed to come back. This was the first time it's over, and it came back to $3 or $8. I think it was 8. 5. 5 was the low there. Yeah, it started at 3, went to 5. I think this is, it should be 5. So that, is bad. But this, we don't have that. We have the opposite. And so that means this run should be quite good. Because now green hasn't done anything since the 29th of June. So we have what? 2, almost, let's say 4 weeks. 1, 2, 3 weeks. So you have 3 weeks of green doing nothing. So now you have all that pent up money and demand, and that's what's going to explode here, right? And so I think we're good. Yeah, as long as the whole COVID thing buggers off. The Delta variant is still sweeping the nation. But I think if that can just go away, then we'll see here, right? We'll see this continue, and as long as this continues, we should be good. But every time it drops and goes to hell, we go with it. Unfortunately, like this is the 10th of June. And this is the 10th of June, 18th. Let's go find the 10th of June. It'll probably be the same dip. Or 10th of June, 10th of July, right? Or is that June? 6 months. Oh, it's 10th of June. Okay, I got to go back even further. 6 months. 10th of June should be here. Okay, so it started dragging us down, but its crash was 18. And what did we do? We also crashed with them, but we surged back when they were having a bad day. So we countered for being too low, but eventually that buzz wore off, and the weight of all of that basically got to us. So it really took a nosedive on the 16th, and we should see that on us. Yeah, 16th is here. So we pushed on the 16th, but the day after we roll and we go with them. Then they start recovering on the 21st. So we should recover just before that. And we didn't. So we had a drop, although that did have a good recovery, but we finished the day. Oh, I remember that day. We finished that day poorly, and then we overcompensated it. That was a little different. This one here, we did do a pretty good day, but then it got wiped. Oh, here it is, sorry. And it got wiped at the end of the day, but then we overcompensated it on the next day, and then that started the run. I remember that day, actually. Yeah, so this one should have probably been a green, and this one should have been a smaller green, but it fixed itself. But anyways, you get the idea. The Dow definitely impacts us considerably, especially on low volume days. So today, not so much, but it looks like we are following the Dow somewhat today. Yeah, not one for one, but they're definitely, especially earlier, it was pretty close. Now, I don't know. Now it looks like we're breaking from them. Yeah, well, this is a breakout, so that doesn't really count. this green doesn't really count. So if I drag this down, yeah, actually we are matching them. So if you think of this green as just lifting up, so if you take this part, it matches for the most part, minus this. And then if we drag the yellow up, it matches this part. This part is just a lift. But if we took the ghost feed here, or sorry, the bar patterns here to here, right? And we put them where they should be. See? Matches. Yeah. But this is just like a lift, if you will. So the same thing here. You can knock this green out, knock this red out, and put the average. And it's pretty close. Yeah. If I drag this up. Let's drag this up. Yeah. Right there. Yeah. The bottom's a little dragged out, but if you massage it a little, she lines up. Anyways, interesting. Kind of how the stocky mark works. It's weird how these patterns play out. So we got 3 kings here. So we're in a channel. It shows continuation pattern. 1, 2, 3. So the next bounce should be here. And that might break us out. What time is it? 12? Yeah. I won't expect much until 1 o'clock. And then we're going to get a good 2 o'clock push, I think. And then off we go. So this, I was talking about a U shape, right? And so they floored it here. But if we measure this properly, we'll probably complete, this is the middle. We will probably complete the U shape. So that's not the middle. Is this the middle? Might be. Yeah, that's on track. So if we take this and that's on track. And so basically we went up too fast and this is the market correcting. And we'll see if we interact, you'll see a sudden green and then it will just ramp if it's going to complete. This is also the 50% mark. So it doesn't want to be here. So it's going to either break down or break up pretty quickly. It does not want to be at a 50% retraction. Yeah. And technically, I guess if I want to be correct, I need to do it off of this guy. Oh, come on. Drag. It would actually be this guy to this guy. Yeah. And this guy. Yeah, that would be more accurate. Because it should be the green. It's a retraction on the green. I didn't even think my mouse was close. Okay. And this is a continuation of the green. But it should be off of this guy here. So then we're touching the halfway mark here, and that's pretty close. Yeah, looks good. So we should see a bounce. If we don't see a bounce, it's going to get really big and bring us down to 42.61. Yeah. And I'll just leave that up and see how it plays out. Because, yeah, we should be finding the side wall somewhere here. I don't know where it is, but it should be there. Yeah. Because this can't be 100%. Because there's really no shoulder here for it to do that. This would be 100% for this shape. But I wonder if there's a bigger. Actually, let's take a look. We got tons of time. Let's go see if there's a bigger shape that maybe we're playing in. Yeah, maybe it's this guy. So if we go look at the bigger picture, Remove drawings. So we got a big pennant now forming over the, it's 10 o'clock. So we could say we're actually doing a retraction off of this. So it would be here to here. Do that. So we're bouncing off the 75. Yeah, so we're staying. So this shows that we're solidifying the run, which I already knew because you could tell by how strong it was yesterday. Yeah, but let's see. That brings us up to this guy and this guy. Where is this guy finish? He finishes at the 50% mark, which was this. So this completed the U shape to this guy, which was essentially 40, 39, 39, 39, yeah. And then our bottom is here. Where does that line up to? This guy. Yeah, and this guy, yeah. So we're bouncing between the support lines that I had earlier. Let's go take a look. Bring this down to 3 minutes. I think it's safer to say we could build the retraction pattern. I had it on this guy, I think. No, sorry, I had it over here. So when I change timescales, it screws me up. So I had it on this guy doing a retraction pattern. But I think if we take the larger one and go back, a day, we go there. And if we make that the halfway mark, roll, then we should see a change around 1 o'clock. Yeah, we're just bouncing off the 50. Oh, that's not right. Sorry. Get that lower. And bring that over here. And bring that down. So our bottoms are bouncing off the 50% retraction from yesterday. So we're giving up a tiny bit of our gains from close yesterday. Yeah. Either way, that's pretty healthy. In the macro scale, we're not even out of the 75 mark, so 25% down. And here we're over the 50%. So this looks like it's going to go into the U shape here. You can see the U shape a little bit better here, right? So this, I guess, was too early. And whenever we hit this breakout point, that's when we're going to probably start up the U shape. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Let's get back to it. Yeah. I just wanted to confirm on the larger picture because this red breaking down, I kind of expected it to hit the wall sooner. But whatever reason, I guess, yeah, there's a hesitation because that's off the bottoms. So it broke that line, which is why you see that green there. It hesitates like a speed bump when it goes over lines. Yeah, we're still golden until we go below 42.11. But yeah, I think we're going to get a bust. It's going to go and just break out. As long as we can hold off any more red, it's just a matter of time. Yeah. The measurement on this guy. Date range. Let's say that's the middle. Yeah, it should be soon. Yeah. Well, let's see. Oh, actually, let's cheat. If this is indeed the breakout, then, and this is indeed the lowest point, then, no, that doesn't work. You have to use this. Oh, no, wait, I can do that. Hold on. Aha. So I can do this. No, that's not going to work. Yeah. So I use this. I don't know where the middle is. If I knew where the middle was, then I can just double it. But I don't know where the middle is. And I was thinking I could steal. I know where the end is. I could backtrack to find the middle, which would be like this. But then you see the scales off to here. So if I shrink it down to what I think is the middle, then we should be having a breakout real soon. Yeah. I guess that kind of is valid. You could work your way back from where the exit should be. So if we what is it, finagle this for this to be a breakout, then this is the new bottom. And where's the trend? Give me a regression trend. Yeah, lines up almost perfectly. So if we keep at the current speed, we should break down. If I adjust this, we will break up at 1245. If we take this guy, we're breaking down at 1246. Well, either way, we're about to have something in 5 minutes. What's it gonna be? Yeah. I think it's fair to say, though, we're going up, judging by this giant green. Can't produce giants if you're having a really bad day. You will never have big of anything. So that's always a good sign. Yeah, so the I'm just reading the chat now. Sorry for the delay, like 12 minutes. The short interest is just kind of an indicator of what's going on, but ultimately the short interest doesn't really matter that much. It's just telling you if people are piling in and piling out, but it's very dynamic. So just because you have failed to delivers and you have sudden short interest, the sudden part is what matters, but the amount, not so much. It's just telling you that people are piling in. But when you look at the stock, you generally can tell because it's blood red and it's not going, it can't go up because it's just getting pummeled. So the ownership is interesting. I'm starting to see the effects of stock ownership being in retail. You're seeing that we how to put it, we find lows and we get stuck at them, and so we don't go any lower because no one's selling. And so you can technically keep going down. If no one sells, you can keep going down. You can actually buy your way down if you wanted to. You just keep buying lower and lower and lower and lower, because the stock market works by matching the buyer and the seller sort of at a last traded price. And if that last traded price keeps going lower and lower and lower because the buyers are refusing to buy any higher, it'll keep going down. But if the sellers refuse to sell any lower, i.e., people that are holding, then the price goes up and up and up, potentially, because no one wants to sell any lower than, let's say, 100K, right? if 90% of all the shares are at a 900K limit, then people offering aren't going to offer it for $2. They know they can ask for 50 or 60 or 80, and that drives the price up, right? And it ensures that when you crash less. And when you go up faster because there's less shares and there's more demand than there is supply, right? So that's all working in our favor. Now we do have, I wouldn't say a handful of big fish that hold a lot of shares, and those institutionals could bail on us. But even if they did, our volume each day is like, let's say somewhere between 50 million to 120 million, somewhere in there. So even if the institutionals blow off their 12 million shares or 10 million shares, we can squash them in a tenth of a day, right? So, yeah, I think we're good no matter what. Like our risks are minimized, our debt's lower. It's mostly paid off. AMC's growing, starting to knock on their competitors. The real risk is, I think, still COVID, and in the longer term, the movie companies, not movie theater, but the movie companies and the push to streaming. I think that's going to be a perpetual threat. But AMC has signed agreements with Universal and who the hell is it? Universal and I think Paramount. Yeah, maybe Disney, but I think they mentioned Universal and Paramount. I know for sure Universal. But to secure the what are they called? Windows, I guess. The release windows, I think, are what they're called. And so they have a release window schedule. And so they've secured it so that streaming won't trump the theater. But I don't know how long they can sustain that. So they think that's our aside from COVID, which is on its way out, that's our next perpetual threat, is that, movie companies, decide one day for whatever reason it's not in their best interest to put it in theaters. But theaters keep making more money than streaming even can hope for. So, but can something change? Yeah. So you got to weigh it out. But all of that is in the future. So nothing we need to worry about until I'm saying about a year and a half out. So this time next year, or late winter next year, or actually, sorry, early spring. That's better. So early spring next year to now next year is when we're going to really have to worry about this company, or start to think about worrying, I guess. So, yeah, well, that's if esports and gaming catches on, right? Like, why go to a movie theater if you could just watch it at home, or watch it on a TV, or watch it for free, or whatever, right? Like, the most simplistic and the most convenient generally win, and the cheapest, and whichever one works for porn, those are going to be the winners, because you're feeding the human condition. I want background noise, Netflix. I want to watch the latest movie because I want to feel important. Okay, movie theater. I don't care, so I watch it a year later at home, torrented. Fine. Oh, I pick it up because I see it in the bargain bin. Okay, because you like ownership. You like owning something, right? Collecting, or, that's a human condition, right? So it depends on which human need is being serviced, right? But I think the vast majority of people, especially when they're impoverished, right? Which most people are now, because everything's getting so expensive, they cut out the luxuries. Well, why would I go to a movie theater? Why do I go out eating at a restaurant if I can just torrent it or cook it? Now, most Americans can't cook, which is like a weird ass statistic, but It turns out because food is just so easy to get, right? And cheaply, then why cook, right? It's the same thing in Asia. It's like, why cook if it's cheaper? No one has a fridge. Why? You just get it from the street. It's cheap as hell and fast, right? Not so much in Canada and definitely not so much in Europe. Maybe Eastern Europe. I don't know how cheap food is over there. But nonetheless, point is, we are a luxury, right? And so if it gets threatened, you're going to see people, TV sales went up in the pandemic, right? Streaming services doubled in the pandemic because they needed an outlet to waste time, right? Video games went through the roof because most people were playing them while doing work, right? Discord doubled. So for the movie theater to be viable into the future, it's got to establish itself in the human condition somehow as a social area, great for dates. The restaurant is now attached. It's all in one. You come for the food and then you stay for the movie or vice versa. Movies are cultural icons. Certain movies change the landscape of an entire country, like Citizen Kane or Blade Runner when it came out, or maybe Dune when it comes out again, right? Like it shifts the conversation of a country potentially, right? Hurt Locker, that had people talking for about a year, right? So that is where theaters, I think, I'm just spitballing here, still have their power because I could watch the movie at home. I could talk about the Snyder cut because I've watched it at home, right? But if you're part of the movement and part of the conversation, you want to be at the front of it. And the only place so far to do that is at the theater, right? Until streaming starts to release it earlier or piracy gets better. But yeah, I don't know. So I think our risk factors, all things said, are pretty low. If I'm just spitballing here, not a lot for us to worry about, but on the longer, maybe. But I don't think we're going to stop making movies anytime soon. As an art form, I don't think it's going away. We might shift to maybe more VR, maybe interactive movies. Maybe you'll build video games instead of building movies. But movies are a forced perspective. So you can play a video game and have an experience that's shared with a bunch of other people, but the experience differs because it's not a forced linear perspective that's repeatable. And so if you watch a movie and I watch a movie, we have the exact same experience, give or take our body chemistry. But we're exposed to the same stimulus, exactly frame for frame, minus the TV, right? And where we watch it, I guess, affects us as well. So I don't think that's going to go anywhere, but we might evolve on it, might change how we do movies. But then I think movie theaters will just start handing out goggles or attach goggles to the seat, right? So they'll keep up. So I don't think that's a big major threat either. So yeah, anyways, so that's my DD on the state of the union. Yeah. 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 Well, the thing about esports, like I understand it's the tournaments, but you don't really have that much demand. Like gaming is big, but most adults, anybody that's over the age of, let's say, 22, has to work. So what are you going to do after work? Go and watch a esports tournament that usually goes on during the day because they don't gear them to nighttime sports time, right? Boomer stuff. And if it stops being sports because no one cares anymore, then they'll just start showing it on television at prime time, right? If everyone just loved gaming all of a sudden. So I can see it being a niche. I can see it being worked into like filling the time when no one else comes to the theater, Yeah, but majority of gamers are 40 years or younger now, right? But most hardcore gamers are 25 and younger, let's say, because all the old school gamers have to work. They don't have time to clock 15 hours, 20 hours a day, right? Like you guys are here, but you guys are either slacking at work or you're not employed or you have a job that allows you to take time off, right? But 99% of everyone else can't watch this stream or have to keep it minimized because they're busy busting their hump for the next 4 hours. Or I guess you live in Europe and you're already done your workday. But my point is, you know, uh, people work. So the theater can't pack itself full unless it packs itself full of people that don't work. And those people aren't rich generally. Um, so, I don't know. Well, yeah, but the point is, though, uh, those people have, that's one person getting paid, right? Whereas everyone else is paying that person, right? So, yeah, you can just keep flipping through subscribers. If I had every single person in America and Canada, I would have 500 million subscribers. And if every single one of them gave me $1, I would have $500 million every day, right? Yeah, you can make it off the ads. Yeah. So the ads are giving you, let's say, a thousandth of a penny per view, right? And if it gets clicked, $1. So you just have to get all those people to click once a year, and you're making 500 million a year, right? So, and if they don't click, you just have to have them watch 1,000 times, either or, 1,000 watches or one click, and you get paid. Um, so yeah, no, it's a way to do it. But are you going to go to a movie theater to see ads though? You're going to pay to get into the movie theater, and the the esports are going to help supplement them with sponsorships, but that's going to be in the movie content. So if we go back to what we were talking about, right? The movie theater itself has to make money off this. So they're not going to be able to pack the movie theater full of gamers that want to watch an esport, which, you know, they can't even get them to probably fill up with NHL or football, which would be easier to fill up, right? I would think you can pack an arena full of people. So why not pack a movie theater that's much smaller? But I don't know. Maybe we'll get there. But I do see you on. If I had 50,000 subscribers, yeah, I'd be just rolling in dubs, which is what Trey is now doing, or Kevin's doing, and all those people, right? Yeah. Well, I do love gaming. I'm just spitballing from a business standpoint. It doesn't seem like it's super. I wouldn't say possible, but super easy to do, I should say. Okay, so we found a bottom, which ended up being a midpoint, or it's more this guy. We just broke down or gapped down and then punched up. Perfect. So now we can adjust the pennant again because we found a new bottom, because we only have 2 data points. Yeah. And if we keep with the original, which is this bottom, then we'll see how that plays out. There we go. Either way, we should have saw some action here. We did with a bounce. So now that's done. Because that's technically also to, does this line up? Yeah, this lines up. We can start tightening. Yeah, we can start tightening this pennant here. So we should get a breakout again coming up right now. And that's the breakout of this channel right here between these two lines. Well, technically here. So there's the channel that we kind of went under, came back in, then we centered ourselves. You can see it interacting with the midline. Then we busted out, got pushed back in. But then if we take the rising bottoms off of these two guys here, we're going to end up breaking out like right now. We're out of runway. Yeah, I know it looks kind of like a mess on the screen, but when you have two things run into each other, then you have two channels that are kind of smashing into each other. You basically are almost guaranteed something's going to happen. Because the one channel is usually a little bit like more medium sized or macro of the other one. And so you're moving inside the bigger guy. And then when you finally get to the point where the bigger guy is going to either bounce or bring you back in or whatever, then you have a 2-for-1 and it happens. And so we're seeing that now, but it is resisting. It is resisting arrest. Did we touch the top? Oh, we did. So we bounced our head off the roof is what we did. Okay. So we did have a breakout and hit the roof and we came back down. So if we can stay above 42.89, then we should try again and get out. Okay. Associating. Okay. So the command I'm looking for is IW dev LAN 1 connect. Okay, did my thing shut off? No. Go to settings. It's struggling. But we're going to get our breakout real soon. If I take this and I bring it down to meet the top, we should get our breakout soon. I was hoping 1 o'clock would give us a bigger push. How's the broader market? They're starting to surge again after a big period of down. GME is digging a hole. Well, she broke down. Curses. I was hoping we get a breakout. So now we're on the second line. So that's back into the channel then. Or no, sorry. If we're above this, we're on the outside of the channel. So this is our breakout line. And this is our out of the channel line. So as long as we're above this line, we still have a chance to break out. We're just bouncing in a higher channel. If we fall back in, we'll probably hover and get pulled down until we hit one of these lines. So the only line we have is this one. There's another one a little lower, which will be like this kind of line. A horizontal would be somewhere around here, a little lower. So that would be let's say the floors there. So this will be our next. It looks like we're inside now. Yeah. And there's hesitation. Hesitation tells me that this line should be here. Yeah. And that one, probably right here. There might be even a line. Oh, that's the midline. I was going to say there's probably a line here too. You can see the hesitation. But that's the midline of this. If I do kind of, yeah, see? Like clockwork. So the midline is basically representing the average. And in a channel, it wants to hug the midline. And so as it goes over it, it wants to pull back. So people want to sell. And as it goes under, it pulls back. So you get minimized shapes because both sides are fighting. Once it escapes it, then one takes over. In this case, green. Green brought us in. Red brings us back. Green tries, can't do it because red holds us back. You can see the volume jumps through the roof for like no motion. And then we get a ton of motion, ton of volume until we break. Then we get pulled back in, fight a little, get back out, get pulled back. Now we're bouncing off the roof and trying to make another attempt. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You don't know who's going to win, but you know the odds at any given time based on the chart. Who wins is a matter of volume and the position. And you can't predict the volume per se. Sometimes shapes, patterns will complete and you can predict that way. But a lot of the time you're at the mercy of the future, whatever it may be. Yeah, so the bottoms are increasing here. It's starting to look good. So hopefully this becomes a new channel here. So if we take these greens and the top of these reds, we kind of have a channel going this way. Actually, better summarized if I, oops, I delete this. Actually, let's just wipe this since we got the gist of it. So if we're lucky, it will be here, here. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, because it levels out. This is the bottom. We could even go a little further and drag that to here. So see if this bounces. Yeah, let's drag it out. Nope. There we go. All right. There, that's the first one. So we're still kind of banging on the roof. If I do the midline. Okay. And there's a line right here. Right there. That's what I want to line up to. It's a little harder to get this to work. So what this is telling me is that even though I think there should be a line right here, the stock's not showing it. And that's why this thing here automatically finds the midpoint, and it can't do it because it's telling me that I'm out to lunch because these have now weighed us down, unfortunately. Yeah, and if I drag it out some more, even leggier. But we know this is it batting against the roof. And it's formed even a new bottom here, it looks like. Right there. So this is probably another channel. Because it's hitting the roof so much, it's forming another channel off the roof. Now this should pull back to the middle white line. This green should turn into a larger red. Unless there is... there's potentially a... Oh yeah, there's a heavy support line here. Yeah. That's going to say unless there's a heavy support line. Which there is one right... Well, there's one here, but we're underneath it, aren't we? Oh no, 42.68. Sweet. Yeah, so there's a support line right here where this red completes. So we went under the support line, came back, and now they're flooring it over. Yeah, that's what happened. We dipped under for 20 seconds, and then we slingshotted right out. There we go. So that was a bit of an oversell, and you can see it being corrected now. Perfect. Okay, so that's going to set us out for another breakout. So once we get out of this channel, that's one breakout. So if we get over some more green, this should boost up. And then if I recall correctly, yeah, we can drag one of these lines back to, let's say, here. And that gives us, yeah, we're already broken out of the pennant. So let's drag this to a more reasonable now. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. We're going to use a tighter one. That's the first one here. And you can see the hesitation. And we'll take this. And we'll take this. And we'll make a larger channel here. Okay. So there we go. So this one doesn't need to be there. So there's a larger channel, which we were batting off the roof of a different channel, but if you make it even bigger, now you're in the upper channel of, right? Because our channel, I think, was this one here, top and bottom. And so now this is the bigger. So now, which is what I wanted to see, you can see there's flat tops and they're angled. And that's indication that something's up. And so we're now above all of that. So we should be getting our breakup. Yeah, and then it'll hit here will be a support or resistance line, probably somewhere right here. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, somewhere in here. A little higher or lower. Because you can see these guys are a little higher. Actually, let's go higher. Most of them look like, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to go a little lower for these two, but the rest of them are all up here. So we should go to this line. Let's switch back to the 1 minute. We are on it. Okay. Good. Yeah, so little simple channel action. Breaking from the channel. It's all dependent on volume. The volume's kind of low. We're less than 1,000 a second with bursts of 5,000. And earlier today we were 20,000 to 60,000 a second. So low volume just puts us at the mercy of the Dow. Doesn't mean it's selling or buying. It just means we move slower and it's harder for us to sustain pushes. Yeah. So we tend to just drift sideways or whichever way the Dow's going. Or if we're already in a funk, we stay in a funk. If we're on our way up, we're on our way up. We'll just continue on low volume. Yeah. Now, right now, most of the low volume is red. Though it looks like red and green are taking turns with their high buy-ins and high sells. Here's another push. Really low volume push. Yeah. So I should mention too, when you're dealing with low volume too, it's very easy to counter. So if red does something like big because there's no green, so it's a lot of price motion with little volume, it takes very little price motion to erase the what was done because there was a little bit of volume. So you just need the same volume and then some, and you will erase what the other guy did. So if green goes on a run and there's no volume behind it, it means there was no red stopping the green at that time. So green just got to run as far as it could because you're buying up all the shares and no one is introducing lower shares. No one's selling, right? So you're buying up what's available and you're moving up the chart. But then the first person to say, you know what, I'm done because the price is high and I want out, boom, he floods the market, and now you can't go up no matter how much you're buying because you're flooding the market with cheap shares, right? And then you go down. And that's, that's what's going on in the background. So keep that in mind, though, because like there we had a big red, but the volume wasn't there. So we countered it, but then the volume wasn't there. So red countered it. Now we got two, forget what these are called. These are tombstones. I think these are tombstones when they're flat on the bottom with a little stick. So that is showing we're trying to go up and we're getting crushed back down, but we're not making new lows. So green is still in the winning seat here, even though red's putting up a fight. Green's not giving up any territory. So hopefully we're going to get a push out of this. So green should get impatient. And then there should be a big buy-in to kick off the push. No. Looks like red did an impatient. Red dropped to 30,000 and dropped us. Let's see how green reacts. Another 10,000 red. Another 10,000 red. Another 10,000 red. Okay, that's 10, 10, 10. That's about 50,000 plus 30, 70,000. No, that's 80,000. 4, 5. 4 is 9, 5 is 10, 3 is 8. Yeah. 2 is 7, 1 is 6. Yeah, so that's 80,000. And there's a buy-in from green. Nope, that was red. Turned out to be red. I'd say that's half and half. That's another drop. Oof. Okay, there's another one. That one's another 60. Okay, they're cranking up the drop. So you get a little bit of boost when you cross the line. And now they got another boost as they hit this line. But those ones were pretty small. If you see down here, they didn't move much for the price. So I think some of that was green. So it came down fast and green triggered buys and got them back in, which supported us on the midline, which is where we are right now. So we just kind of came back in channel, which is usually fast and abrupt, which you can see on the ticks at the bottom here. We're traveling sideways for pretty much an entire day. And then whoosh, we get ripped down in the last couple minutes. Oh yeah, they're dropping hard. Is it a sell-off on the market? No, it might be just people getting impatient with us. Oof, we're tumbling. Okay, Aaron says he's gonna stay as a CEO. That happened at 8 in the morning. Okay. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of same titles. $2016, eh? So Aaron got in here. So he's been at the helm. And he was going to ride her into the dust. So I guess that is kind of negative news, although he's a bit of a celebrity now. So yeah.
Yeah, that's all old news. We are the second highest volume. Oof. Staffing 360 just got murdered. This is Jupiter Networks. Jupiter Wellness. Okay. And Lex, I haven't seen them in a while. Luxera Bioscience up 47. Neurometrics up 148. And Chemabo Diagnostics up 226. Did they cure cancer? Nope. They got antigen tests. $228.3 million order. Jeez, this stock has gone up 200%. Wow. Was here at $2, now $6.75, and it's not stopping. Talk about dark horse. Wow, that's quite the 222% rise. Its average volume is 23 million. It's currently at almost 300 million. Yeah, their earnings that are coming up are going to be quite the surprise. This company's been losing money too. Wow. They just pulled themselves out of the grave for about a year. They lose about 20 million a year. So I'm guessing this stock was pretty good. Yeah. And then they started losing money since 2017. So about here. Yeah. Started to catch up on them. Anyways, that's kind of cool. Damn. Talk about they're pulling an AMC. S&P, NASDAQ, Dow. Like, look at it. It's just on a tear. This whole year has been nuts. Hell, this whole decade's been nuts. Last 20 years, you could even say. Like, you go back to 2000, and it's like, okay. And then Frank, you know. Jeez. Okay, let's go back to the daily. Okay, so we're still batting away here. Oh, I must have deleted my bottom channel. Or did I delete my middle? Oh no, we went back to the smaller shape. That's why. I redrew it. Okay. So we'll keep on trucking. So we might be trucking downwards till about 1400 hours. And then we'll have our upswing to get us to 43, 43, 42. 43.42. Something like that. All right, I'm going to go attempt again my wireless LAN. And the lights just dimmed again. Yeah, Peter File. No, my name is Peter File. Who names their... or no, who's a pedophile? Yeah, so good. Did we cross 44? No, 44. We crossed 44 back at 11, but not lately. 44. No, we haven't touched 44 since 11:14. Mm-hmm. So let's remove And let's do a proper regression trend. And there we go. Okie dokie. That's true. Yeah, we'll just put some cultish lemons. There we go. Hmm. It's not plugged in. Oh, it's warm. Oh, actually, yeah, it has to be plugged. Yeah, actually, it has to be working or I couldn't make a Wi-Fi hotspot. Oh, we're just trucking, still trucking. So 20 minutes and we probably will get our afternoon push in about 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I found it. Oh, that's cool. So my Wi-Fi cannon works. And how strong is it? It is 62 out of 100. No, it's 100 out of 100. Okay. Yeah, go figure. It's like a laser, a Wi-Fi laser. Keep that pointed away from my manhood. Else I'll turn out like Randy Marsh. Oh, still trucking. But that's not bad. I mean, overall, having a little bit of red after 20% day is pretty good. But we managed to have enough green during the day. We staved off, any real encroachment. That's good. And the day's still not done yet, right? We still have bottoms. And we got a really long and now, unfortunately, breakdown kind of here. But there's nothing stopping us from swinging up and doing a 44 or at least 43 by end of day. But we'll see. That's why we have horse betting at the end of the day. You never know who's going to be a winner. Yeah. Yeah. So to your reference, Marshall, it's a reference to a book and or movie title, but there's no love here. It's just holding. But at least you read it. That's good. Well, you being British, I have to explain everything. I got to mansplain it for you. You get confused. So confused. What's that? A shiny red box? Oh, I got stuck in it. The amount of British people that get trapped in old-timey telephone boxes. Hell, they even made a whole show about it. Then they have to send out a doctor to help them. It's like, man, Britain's just a mess. Just a mess. Good times. Who even uses teapots anymore? This command is not working. Testing the bottom again. Okay. And we are just coasting down the same channel. We're going to have to find a bottom soon. Maybe here. Yeah. We might have a bounce here. Is that a question or a statement, Paul? You've already had pullback. I think people are just waiting for a bottom for a buy-in. But we are getting some volume spikes that are green. I think they're just testing for a bottom. No, it's all good. I'm just trying to configure Wi-Fi on the side here. But yeah, it looks like, you know, we had something going here. And then we broke down. And now we're just looking for a bottom, which will be here or here. Or maybe here. We're past that one. And then that will give us our upswing. And we'll end up hitting one of these and stop for the day. One of these numbers. Yeah. The good news is that this channel, if I draw it really big, if we just go really big, it's not that bad. And the chance of a breakout is pretty good. Like if I take, I guess I can do it from here to here, right? We're not, we don't have a lot to go for a breakout. Let's take this one, make it a little closer. Yeah, that's a good one. So we have to just make it to 42, 48. And then we probably will go until 43.29. Yeah. So I don't want to transit down to 40, but we should get some love. We broke through both of them. Jeez. Looks like we might be going down to 40. Oh boy. There's this one. There's this one. And this one. All right. Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday I saw coming. That one was clear as day. The day before, I was hopeful because the day before we leveled out. So 2 days ago, it was good and confirmed it. And once we ended good on 2 days ago, I knew yesterday would be great. Didn't think it would be 20% great, but you knew it was going to be something big because we're on the upswing, right? Of a kind of a U shape. So I expected it to be a little slower, right? Ending up maybe where we are now. So instead of going up 20%, we went up, let's say 15 or something, right? So I expected us to kind of be here. So we went a little further. Cool. And that's fine. So I'm still thinking we're going to continue this overall trend and end up probably 50 to 56, somewhere in there. Because this whole area here is open country. We got one support line per se in here, pretty strong one. But once you're over it, you got this guy, but you're pretty much, this whole thing is open country, which is why we dropped so hard when we first broke it. So I think we have the futures in our favor. Just when the hell are we going to find the bottom? So we touched that line, it looks like. No, got to raise it up. So we touched that line. No, I'm still just recovering money. So I'm just riding it out. I should get paid tomorrow, I hope, and then I'll buy more shares. Yeah. I've been dollar cost averaging down because I know it's going up. Well, no, it's a good value company, right? Like this thing's going to keep printing money till probably this time next year. Even if they suck, they have so much money. Like they have to do so much wrong, like waste money and get in fights or get banned from China. I don't know. They do really have to screw up. There's no way this stock is going into oblivion, at least for a year. And then after another half a year, it's going to have to start making money because it's going to run out of its war chest. But yeah, that January just set it off. It won the lottery. So exactly. And they sold all those shares. Yeah, exactly. So this company is flush with money. So if they did nothing, they shuttered the company, just shut the doors, fired everyone, they could still run on fumes for 3 years. If they paid everyone, kept everything open, they can run on fumes for 1 year. They managed to cut their costs by like 60% by shuttering everything. And that's not selling assets, and that's not doing any, well, they did sell assets, but that's not selling off majority of your assets, liquefying everything, selling your office, right? They just fired a lot of people that were unnecessary, cut corners and all that sort of stuff. So either way, this company is on the up and up. So I think the only thing that we have to worry about, as I was saying earlier, is we just have to worry about COVID getting worse, fresh lockdowns, which I don't think are going to happen, and the rise of movie companies preferring their stream over theaters, which I don't think we have to worry about much either. So, but those are our risks. So. Or they do nothing and they don't innovate for 3 years, and then that's another risk that we have to worry about. But we'll see. I think some activist investors going to get in here and start telling AMC how to fix themselves and demanding it. I think we'll see that in the long run. Because we haven't seen institutional buy-in, like big institutional buy-in. So we still have all of that green in the back pocket. They're probably just waiting for it to get cheaper because it's overpriced right now. But eventually, if it stays overpriced, they're going to get in because the bottom's meeting the top. So, oh, the meme saved this company. Because honestly, if no one cared about AMC, it would have just gone bankrupt. Like they were days away from bankruptcy. And so with the injection of money, they're able to save themselves. So, but if me, you, and 10 of your friends invested, we would have just invested in a bankrupt company, right? But because we got everyone and their small dog to invest, it turned the company around. So even when the people profit took, we went from a $3 company to a $8, $5, $8 company. They still doubled their bottom line, going from 2 to 4, doubled. The company doubled in wealth, right? So, or I shouldn't call it wealth. The hell is a proper term for that? It is market capitalization. Yeah. So, yeah. Now the company is worth what, 20 something million? 21 billion. Yeah. It's a little overpriced. But that doesn't matter until people think it matters, and then it matters. But until then, it doesn't matter. As long as we keep believing, sky's the limit. And that's true for any company, really. I can't seem to drag this one anymore. Well, we'll just have to imagine the blue. So it looks like people are preempting the 2 o'clock push. So we did break over the line. And they're preempting about almost 10 minutes out. About right. Usually 3 minutes. Maximum I've seen are hours ahead of time. But usually it's fairly close. Actually, we saw that yesterday. Someone preempted the 2 o'clock run up, and they bought in like what $17 million worth of shares by almost an hour out, and then another huge buy-in about 30 minutes out, and then it happens, and then a whole bunch of buy-ins afterwards. But someone preempted it by like a kilometer. So it does happen. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Did I close that window like an idiot? I did. Oop. I needed that window. Damn. History. There we go. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Do 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 do. Okay. Let's see this 2 o'clock push. Okay. Oh, if I do connect. Do. Oh, so far I'm making progress. I've got the dongles all working. Looking good. All right, I'm gonna quickly jump away to use the washroom. It looks like we're just going to be coasting for a bit. We did get a little bit of a volume bump, but you can see on the bottom here, it's not much. So nothing quite yet. And if we don't get it soon, red's gonna take over. So we need to see solid green real soon, or they're gonna pounce on us for not making any height. All right. Let's just trucking along. Did I lose internet? Why is this not? Okay, that's why. Just went off the bottom. Okay. So we're busting channel. At some point, we're going to find our bottom. Somewhere. Breaking down. So we're just continuing this long trend line here. We really haven't changed much. I was hoping we get a turnaround at 2. Doesn't look like it. That's perfect. Oh. Am I still here? I just lost Wi-Fi. I think I fried my Wi-Fi. Or jammed it. I'm still here. Okay. Well, yeah. Plus, I'm not an entertainer, right? So, you know, it's all good. Thanks. We'll get there. We'll just get there with better people. Yeah. Okay. Why doesn't it like my password? Hmm. The hell? The mobile hotspot is off. And it's still picking it up. Interesting. I think we'll still get a push. It'll just be later. But I don't know. Do a 43 or a 4250. I'm just watching it while trying to configure Wi-Fi. Jesus, they get hot. It's quite possible. I mean, people have already been burned pretty good on AMC trying to bet against it. So I think we're going to be in the winner's circle at the end. Ugh. How is it still detecting my friggin' Wi-Fi? Must be just remembering it. Okay, let's try overwhelming it. I'm thoroughly confused. At least the ones that are left, yeah. They're definitely getting smarter. Above or below Friday 42? I would say above. I would say Thursday's going to surge us, and then Friday will bring us back down a tiny bit, but we'll already be in the clouds. Just a little bit of burn off for the last 2 hours. I don't, but I have Interact. Yeah. I don't want that kind of pressure, but yeah, I think we're over 42. Because we're not fully retracting yesterday. So tomorrow it should be an upswing. We might go into a giant U shape, but I'm hoping it's not the case. And then that's Friday, and then that's Monday kind of deal. Hoping it goes brink, and then Friday it does something like that. And then we're getting our routine, that kind of shit, right? But we're still, overall trend is perfect. But I think Thursday should be good. We're in our macro, as I've been saying. If you zoom out on that drawing, right, we're just doing a curve. And then this really is one thing. Bad news about the delta. We level. And now we're going to compensate. If this wasn't here, you can see the bottoms. We were going to go to 60 with possible, breakouts and breakdowns. But overall, we're drifting up to 60. So I think we're overdue. It's a secret snake. Ooh, spooky snake. Yeah, I think we're overdue for upswing. Yeah. And even if you look at it here too, right? We're just doing a healthy retraction on we're at the 61%-ish. So that can just go like this tomorrow morning. Once we break 43, then we go up, and then Friday we come back a little after we hit 49 or so. I would say so. I'd put money on that, I think. Yeah. The only risk is that this took like 12 days, and we're 10 days ahead of schedule. So we could have a bunch of slide, but then Friday would be our saving. I still think we're going to try to complete this. We're off the 50% mark, so we should be fine. Are we on the 50% mark of the bigum? Let's see. Doing my DD here, my due diligence. We're just touching the 50% line, so that's not great. If we're above it, I'd be happier, but we're going to open up tomorrow. So unless we gap down overnight, then we'd be fine tomorrow because we'll open up over. And that's not considering too, we might get the push tonight, right? So if we finish here, we're fine. We finish here, it's a little risky. But if we finish anywhere up, then tomorrow it's going to finish this shape. Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Yeah. One thing I can do is read charts. But of course, I'm at the mercy of volume and things outside of my control. Yeah. Yeah. So that's basically roughly, indecision. And then we're about to go and, level out and go up. We break down on the start of the month, go to recover, can't do it. Then we get pounded from the 8th to now. We level out on the 14th to 2 days ago. And then we push. So yeah, I think if you're going to bet at 42, definitely, I would say we could probably do, I think we can probably hit 50. That might be tomorrow. Tomorrow might be 40 to 50. Yeah, or even tonight, we might blow up to 44, 43, 44. I'm feeling like we might make new highs later today. Because the daily high is only 46. Although a $6 rise at the end of the day, I think I'm starting to sound a little crazy if I think I can do a $6 rise. Okay, a $3 rise, $4 rise maybe. I think we can pull that. Could easily get over 42. Can we get to 43? Yeah, we might be able to do 43. I could see that. That would just look like this and this. I mean, that's pretty normal looking. And then that levels us out with the tops. And then we push, break out, break back into channel, and then go ham. Hit the top at 54, come back down to 49, wiggle, wiggle, break down due to Aaron going on a shooting spree, and there we go. Oh, and then we go back up because of the earnings. Right? People are going to be pricing in for the August 4th earnings. So, yeah. Anyways, it'll be interesting to see how we close today. Yeah. Yeah, this is just burning off. So people paper handing. And it's going to get rebounded tomorrow. They're going to get the sads when the thing just does this. And then they're all like, all these paper handed bitches. They're going to be. That's their tears. Yeah, I wouldn't be selling now. If it's just one downvote, it's definitely Zach. Oh no, I meant it as a shooting spree. No, as in that would tank our stock if our CEO went on a shooting spree, not a movie making. Literal blasting some caps up on yonder. But thank you for giving me the benefit of the doubt. I use that as an example because it would take something fairly absurd for us to really run into trouble. Apparently, Leap is a form of Wi-Fi encryption. Oh, so that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, Cisco Extensible Authentication Protocol. Yeah. No, I was just seeing it was in the settings why I'm buggering with this Wi-Fi. Ah, why does it not like me? It won't accept my encryption. Which makes me think it's just having troubles communicating. Has nothing to do with the passwords. Can you make admin just for picture posting rights? Oh, you mean a link? Oh, and you mean moderator. Yeah, here. You've been around long enough. You might as well have it anyways. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, 3 months ago, you were new. 3 months later, you're old enough. Well, Cedra is a tool. You know, it might as well put the graphic up. Make sure everyone knows. I mean, that's why you know, Marshall have, you know, biggest spanner of them all. Mighty spanner. Okay, so what time is it? And we're coming up on 3. It's not working. Something tells me I went and hard coded the mobile hotspot. So Windows is saying it's one thing, but actually in the background it's another. And it's not changing the properties in the background because, you know, Microsoft loves to do stuff like that. Realtek, wireless LAN, local area connection, good. This is the virtual adapter, right? Producing this. Doesn't like it. Well, I hate you too, Wi-Fi. Maybe my network name was too small. sitting in this wooden chair. Oh, well, now we're getting a couple of volume pushes. We got one here and a huge one here. What's this? Okay, so it was 161,000 and 131,000. Two big buy-ins. The thing's got itself all buggered. There, let's fix it. There we go. Get the ticks back up. Okay, so what time was that kicked off at? So they did it 30 minutes delayed this time. So people tried to preempt they preempt the 2 o'clock. It doesn't happen. So they wait and then they punish. And then people are like, nope, this is a good enough price. So we may have hit a bottom support as well. But yeah, that's clearly a push. So if this continues, then this is the same people that usually buy at 2. If it stops, then it's just a bounce off a support line, which I can go check right now. But we do know there's afternoon money. Yeah, sort of. Slopes don't count, and this is basically the start of the run-up and the same time yesterday. So this is where we were, an hour from now. No. Hour from now minus 20 minutes, so 40 minutes from now, that's where we were yesterday. Yeah. And then we went for a run, right? So maybe. Let's see. It looks good. Looks like they're going to try again. We're over these guys. We're touching this guy, but a slight breeze and we'll be boosted and we'll be running up. And then the next one is 42.27. Hopefully you bought those calls, Cedra. Oh. Well, looks like we're already on our way to 42. Cash in hand. Yeah, we're just having a little bit of trouble on this corner. Might get pulled back to 41.63. 42 is also this guy here, which is a pretty big one. Yeah. Yeah, so we got pulled back to 42.63. 42.58. Yeah. We're just getting yanked down here. So we tried to get over this shoulder and we tried to get over this bump here, and then we just got yanked down. But that doesn't mean we can't go up. It's the afternoon push. Soon we'll be able to do our horse racing. Look at that. It's almost horse time. Horse. Racer. Do. Yeah, look at that. Looks like a dodo bird, but that's some skill, some drawn skills. Actually, here. Nope. There we go. So let's. There, we got the whole field in front of us today. So we start our racing, and this is their racetrack. Okay. This is the finish line. All right. Can I flip that? No. Okay, the horses are going to be running backwards because I can't flip the emojis. Damn it. Nope. Oh, maybe I can rotate it. Is there a rotate? Could be running upside down. Nope. Oh, yes. What's this? No. Okay, there's the horses. In the wrong direction. Oh, I can cheat. I can cheat. Aha. Or is it the wrong direction? It's a circle. It doesn't quite work considering the end. But damn. Both of those elude Tom. Yeah, there's A, B, C, D, all the way to G. Yeah, because I mean the AH is a good one. You know, the ah. It's always a good one. That one's further back. Okay. Save. Where's the save button? 10 minutes. Actually, I could just do that, and that kind of looks circular. Good enough. I mean, I guess the horses can go in circles, and the price represents their score. Because if not, the horses are running on a ramp. You know? Yeah, the horses would have to be running up and down the screen. Now, I'll take your, well, you can leave it there, but I'll take your bets in 10 minutes. Just makes it easier for me. So I don't have to pay attention that much. The stock ain't going anywhere quick. Excuse me. I think I've heard of this where the Wi-Fi remembers what it scanned. So when you change the Wi-Fi ID, it just keeps remembering the old one. Okay, so now it's finally forgotten about it and it can't see it. Oh, Lord. Yeah. I'm currently down 7.6, 7.7 grand. Yeah, I'm still waiting for 50, 56. We'll get there. Come on. Man, why is it not seeing my Wi-Fi? Okay, it's transmitting. I don't think the SSID has to be that long. It'd be pretty short. Wonder why it's giving me so much trouble. Still can't see it. Odd. Probably too directional. Maybe the microphone's jamming. Let's see here. Okay, clear line of sight. Okay. Well, it hates me. Don't know why it won't pick up my Wi-Fi cannon. Ouch. Okay, let's try that. Now I'm shooting Wi-Fi right through my legs. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Backstop. I would like us to be over the 50 because Cedro was looking at buying the calls. And it's like, I like us to be over 50 so that there's little chance of us going any lower. That's my only really caveat. We're too close to potential breakdown. But if we finish strong today, then we're out of the problem. We don't have to worry about it. If we finish poorly today and Thursday doesn't save us, well, you only got one day for your options anyways, but yeah. All right. Start taking my EODs. I think Stacy was 4001. Yeah, you can do EOD now. Yeah. Let's see. So 40. Oh. Okay, she wants 4301. All right. Oh. Likelihood of what? 4440? Oh, that. Yeah, so the roll sideways for months is what we just came out of. So, I think we're going to regain at least 50% of what we just came down from. And then if that's the case, we'd roll and go sideways and then go up. I don't think it's going to be months though. I think it's going to try to do this diagonal. Plus we do have earnings coming up. So if earnings murders us, I think we'll go sideways. If earnings is favorable, which it should be, that'll be a catalyst to lift us up a little bit more. So I don't think we're going to do another multi-month sideways. Although I said that last time. But yeah. In the beginning, it makes sense because we're coming down from a super high. But this time, we didn't come down from it. We're still high. We're just not as high. So unless we crash, and then you're going to have weeks of recovery, I think we'll be okay. Because it looks like we're going to push to 70 before we do our crash. So, no, it's all good. It's all good. Oh, I got to put some of these people in. I got a job to do. Oh, damn it. 4264. Sometimes it goes to the price line, other times it goes to the text. And it frigs me up every time. Barry. Yeah, see, text. So 3989. Oh, Jesus. I just finished saying it was in text. Okay. And where am I going to bet? A little early. Kind of like where Paul is. But I think there's going to be a run up. All right. I'll put myself here tentatively. If it starts to run, I'll move. $39.54. $8. There we go. If I've missed your number here, let me know. 4223 is backstop. You moved. 4223. Okay. You want to move is what you want backstop? Or did I just get you wrong? I think you said 4250 at one point. Ah, who's 4250 then? Oh, it was Barry. Jeez. Okay. So Barry changed himself to 4264. Okay. Because I put somebody in place. Do you want your original Barry at 4250? Look, both the letters start with B. Yeah. Yeah. No, I knew somebody was 4050 and I put backstop there accidentally. We'll see what Barry wants. Okay, I'll let Barry take it if he comes back. Until then, I'll put you in the right spot. 4223. There you go. You'll keep it there? Okay, good enough. Works for me. Okay, Barry. This is why I go through them and check, because I bugger up sometimes. And by sometimes, often. Okay, Marshall is 45. Okay. My name is 42. Oh, we got a lot of spattering in the yeah, even I feel positivity as well. Although, you never know. Freedom might clench it. Freedom's like the anti-Stacy. the two extremes. Although Terp's got some distance there. Got two Stacy wannabes here in the clouds. riding the bootstraps. Because, yeah, yesterday, eh? Oof. Yeah, exactly. Well, I was going to pencil you in for 80, you know? It's clearly where we're going today. Yeah. There you go. Oh, speaking of things, how was the lightning near you yesterday, Freedom? I was looking at the lightning map to try to figure out where I was getting hit. And I guessed kind of correctly. That's pretty good. I guessed them good. But I looked at Niagara. Niagara got bombed. If you're still nearby, it got hit by a ton of lightning right near the border. And then I was like, oh, I know someone that lives there. Yeah, there's a place about, let's say, 80 kilometers south of me. There's like a swamp and a place called Finch, Ontario. Whatever reason, the lightning cloud just hovered around it. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it should have been around 7 or 8. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. You have the Sky One Tower or whatever it's called. Yeah. No, that's probably what's getting hit too, because they were very concentrated. So that makes sense. But yeah, that Finch, Ontario was getting hit about every 1.2 seconds in an area that's no bigger than maybe a mile or 2 kilometers. Like the place was getting nuked. And I was like, what? Like it just sat there and it was just boom, 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 boom. I'm like, jeez. Like I think it counted, it was 332 lightning bolts in, well, I guess if it's one every second, 332 seconds. It was just getting fried. I don't know if that's common, but nuts. Yeah, we got hail here. My sister's car got a lot of paint got chipped off her car. She just saw it this morning. She's like, "Ah, poo, car's all chipped up. Small crack to her windshield." That's why I hate parking outside. Yeah, Canada doesn't really do severe storms unless you're in the Maritimes or lower Quebec. But at least for populated areas, because I mean, I guess the Rockies get pounded from time to time, but yeah, the U.S. gets some special. That tornado alley, oh my lord, the lightning storms that go through there. It's like this just big V into America, and it's just like death. It's like, oh yeah, that's not a good place to live. Florida gets pounded pretty bad too. Always a storm. Yeah, and it's possible it's cloud to cloud, right? Because most lightning is cloud to cloud. Yeah. Because man, if it was cloud or ground to cloud, because almost all lightning starts on the ground and goes to the sky. Um, if that's the case, the whole place would just be lighting up. The whole ground would be on fire. Be like magma. I mean, the amount of lightning striking a 1 kilometer circle, just nuts. Yeah. I got your EOD, my name. Yeah, right here. You're at 42. And I did miss you, David. Yep, my name, EOD 42 ... Yep, perfect. That wasn't an accidental 80. My eyes were just blurry. Okay, you, David. Yeah, your storms are made of fire. Yeah. Between the San Andreas Fault, which is overdue for a big one, and the firestorms, California is really having a good time. David. Yeah, we're getting kind of grouped up today. That's good. I think we're a little bit more confident. even if the stock isn't. So far, we've been in a channel since arguably 12, maybe 10. 10 would be the arguably, definitely since 12, 1 o'clock. Yeah, you could argue that's just one big channel. So we had a surge up, and then we've just been riding off our high. But at least that surge up gave us height and kept us from bleeding too much. Where's the disjoint channel? Here it is. Aggression trend, sorry. Yeah. That holds up. So if settings, we extend the lines, then it's FOC. Yeah, on the dot. Oh no, it would be Paul. Yeah, since the day ends here. 480. Oh, I think I forgot May. Unless that's the first time you put your number down. Okay. May 4080. Oh yeah, you're talking about, yeah, I haven't seen Lake Erie, but you're right. Lake Erie, I've seen it get hit by lightning. I haven't been there personally, but I've seen videos. Or like rivers in Australia that get hit and the lightning goes down the river. Pretty nuts. Oh, GameStonk out of the woodwork. 41.7. Damn, wrong keyboard again. Keep typing it on the Raspberry Pi. So far, there's 4 numbers on the Raspberry Pi. Okay. And we got a good collection of people today. Good. Good participation. That's gonna be a tight one. And why there? Guess that's the top of these guys, eh? But that does give you a lot of room. Well, we got in a fight, Zeus, but we don't have your martial skills, and so we didn't win. Yeah, so like there was a couple of guys and they're like, "Do you want to buy some shares?" And we're like, "Oh, we're going to fight you." And 41. You want it at 41,000? I presume you want the decimal place. Yeah, it's all good. I'm just double checking. I'm like, maybe you want that. You know, maybe you're really trying to put some hopium, pump in some hopium. Yeah. All right, I did put you in at the right spot. 41.75. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, do you want 4.1, which is what I should have said, or do you want? Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're right. Comma, not dot. Sorry. As soon as you did the dot, I'm like, oh, that's the French way of doing friggin' number groupings. I hate it more than anything. Americans use commas. Canadians are supposed to use spaces, and the French use dots. Oh, friggin' like what is this? Hold on. So it's that. It's like, oh my god. No, that's not what a decimal point's for. Kills me. But yeah, the Canadian government does, and then so it separates them by space, and then uses the decimal point to denote cents. Yeah. And it helps with readability. But damn, I hate that comma as a decimal point more than anything. It's so bad. Except maybe calling the period or the decimal point full stop. I get it's left over from the telegraph times, but damn it, Britain, you gotta stop with the full stop. It's like, that's the full stop button. Okay. Because you're reading along and you gotta full stop it. No, you're cut. English language license revoked. Man. Oh. Someone's running a master slave operation. Someone's playing with their Wi-Fi as well. Oh, well, if you tune in during the day, all you get is unbiased AMC from this guy. But yeah, we're heading to 50 something sooner than later. It's just a small retraction. Nothing too bad. We went up 20 something percent yesterday, so it's expected. Not too bad. If it hated us, we would have already gone down to whatever number it hates us at. And it hasn't. Okay, why is this Wi-Fi not friggin' working? Okay, minimum of 8 characters. 1, 3, 4, 5, 8. A, B. Okay. Set this up again. Thankfully, lasers exist. Good push. That was just a 54,000, nothing big. That kicked us off here. So this is still medium volume, but it looks like red's not doing anything about it. So we're getting some runs here. Dun 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 dun. Oh, Tom's back. Tom. Oh God, I keep writing on the wrong one. Tom. 40. You still want 40, Tom? Now that I came back a minute later. Oh, yeah, it's only a minute ago. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, we're going to lock in the prices in 4 minutes. So if there's anyone that needs a change in, let me know or hold your peace. Off we go. 43.22. Nope. Oh, not that. Okay. Oh, we got quite the lineup of horses today. So before it hits 3, do I want to go higher? I either want to be here at Paul, or it's going to break channel and it's going to fly like an eagle into here. Where am I? Oh, I'm up with Zeus. Actually, I'm not in a bad spot. I'm in upper channel, but chances of me winning are low. 40.09, glad to have you participate. 49. Paul B. So you're going to aim for the ground. Damn it. Keep grabbing people. Maybe. I'm going to flip myself to the other side of Zeus. What's the closest whole number? 4150. Yeah, I'll do 4150. Yeah, I'm hedging my bets here. Yeah, because if it's going to go anywhere, it'll go here, but maybe get pulled back to the whole number. Oh, you're already in here? 40, 40. We got 90. Oh, you are already in here. I didn't realize. That's not a bad spot to be. Now Tom's got open country. It'll be Tom or May if it dips. All right, so we're locked in for prices. All right, so now we just run the horses. Do, 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 do. Get our end of day posts. So this one and the last post right there. Okay. Do, 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 do. Yeah, we get quite a bit of people. So we have to punch 43 and then we're in the clouds. What's the likelihood of that? Yeah, Trent's not bad. Marsh is really hopeful. Yeah. Could hit Trent. It is interesting to see where everyone places their bets. We end up getting, we actually get pretty good distributions too. There's usually some clumping, but overall we go spread. I don't know if that's tactical because it's closest to, right? I'm guessing that leads to a little bit of spread. But yeah. Interesting. Jeez. Kind of. There we go. Fun little mini game. You got 100. Oh, $100 on 50 tomorrow. Uh, 46 is the precursor. Nice. And when these two horses are mixed, you get a binary nerve horse. Huh. Don't know why this Wi-Fi is not connecting. It was working earlier. I moved my antenna further away in case that was the problem. My antenna might be too directional. Not even seeing it. All right, sideways we go. Remember when I had the soundboard? That was good times. Too bad YouTube just dinged all my crap. You used 1/1000th of a sound of a song we recognize. Insta yell at by YouTube. They're like, okay, thanks. Okay, we're just going sideways. No hot action on this horse race. It's G stonk for the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So I unplugged the Wi-Fi dongle and reset the antenna, and it's 92 out of 100. Not bad. Found it. Now can I freaking connect to it? This is what I've been trying to do all day. Edit a connection, activate a connection. Doesn't see it. Found it. And it's already connected. Sweet. Well, that's good. Okay, if that's the case, I should see it. I just took it a dear sweet time. Go to settings. Come on. 0 out of 8 devices connected. Okay. You're lying to me, Raspberry. It was connected. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, if we were really going to go down, we would have done it already. This is just bleeding off end of day. And we started bleeding off earlier for paying back yesterday. Just too much too quick. But it's still good to have. It shows strength. Yeah. Weird they can't talk to each other. I mean, they're looking at each other. They can see each other, but they can't talk to each other. Weird. All right. Do 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 do. Jeez, right down the middle on this so far uneventful horse race. Where's the run up? Where's the action? The glue factory. This is kind of the slowness I would expect from the non-minutes. Every time I see this, I'm like, oh, I must have got the thing set to like 1 hour or something. Nope. No, that's the minutes. Indeed. Indeed. Volume's getting a little quicker, but it's mostly red. There was a big buyout. 30. That's probably just us getting through the line. For some reason, my Linux Wi-Fi cannot talk to the Windows Wi-Fi. I'm going to blame Windows for this one. Let's see here. Poke AMC with the stick of truth. Here, we'll give it a poke from a lemon spectator. There you go. Damn. If it just tumbles down to Tom, it's going to be a very uneventful day. It's basically maintained a channel. Just keeps trucking. I mean, I guess the Dow pretty much did nothing either. Like nothing. Just bing bonged. Although you could argue this, dead. Then it lifted, then it course corrected, and then it just came back. Yeah. You could even argue, lifted, went under, came back, rolled, did the channel, went up, went under, came back. Yeah, that's a huge friggin' W. The little bit of mangling. It's like a hairy tarantula. Yeah. Spookers. Oh, keep grabbing people. Lawyers have told me to stop doing that. Oh, there's a little bit of life. How much we got? 5 laps left. Can we get all this action in 5 minutes? The Dow is what we follow. I look at all of them. I click through them really quickly, but I talk about the Dow because the Dow is the most linked that we are. I find the Dow, like the NASDAQ is all tech. For some reason, we follow the Dow as a closest average. And I'm guessing it's just because we're in like portfolios, big portfolios, because AMC is an institution that's old. And so we've been in people's portfolios probably since, 2016 kind of deal. So that's my guess.
Oh, I was just reading something. Now I'm catching up on the chat. No, I wasn't talking. I was just reading a pretty interesting article about compromised public access points. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Then I'm like, wait, I was doing something. It's all good. All right, so we're in the last lap. Got 10 seconds to the last lap. So a bit of a push to Paul, but it's going to be May. Unless there's some major turnaround. The horses have it. I'll be 2 days in a row for May. Okay, last 20 seconds. No, I think May's only at, if this will be third, I think, or fourth. This will be our fourth. Yeah. Its last one would be our third, and this would be our fourth. I think. Yeah, because she already had 2 ahead of time that I remember. So she's at least, yeah, fourth. Zeus is, I think, at 6 now. Maybe 5. And it's 6 to win. Yeah. All right, and that's game. Just waiting for it to settle. So that's May. Let me double check. 4078 on 2. Good enough. Okay, so 4078 basically puts it right at May. Yeah. All right. Yeah, do you know how many times you've won May? Since none of us seem to know. So you got yesterday, you got today. We're trying to keep track. It's not a big deal. Five. Okay. So we'll give her 5. So then she's pretty much running up on Zeus then. Because, yeah, Zeus is either 5 or 6. Dun, dun, dun. If you're out there, Zeus, Mayweather is coming for you this Sunday. Thursday, the showdown of Titans. 1, Mayhem versus the God of Lightning, Zeus himself. May is a lady, to my knowledge. Anyways, good. Thanks for coming out. I'm going to try to fry myself with Wi-Fi. See you all tomorrow. Long day.